All right. Uh, Thank you all for coming. I think some more delegates are at the reception and they are coming in. But for the purpose of time, let's start. So we welcome especially the delegates who are from outside Bosch. This event, the fit.cs that you are seeing around, that fit.cs actually is a Bosch annual conference that, or actually I should say BGSW internal event that we do every year. And this year we are doing it in association with DSCI's BPM Automotive and Hardware Security track. So we welcome you all here with us. To start today's track, we invite our President Dattatray to come on the stage and and I also invite our CTO Vadiraj to on the stage. And to join them, we invite our Senior VP Mobility Solutions, Guru, on the stage. All right. So, thank you, Datta, thank you, Vadi, and thank you, Guru, for joining us and opening the second day of fit.cs. And with this, I just invite you. You can be there, you can use the mic and say a few words to open the fit.cs DSCI BPM track.
Hey, thank you. Hey, good morning to all. I think we don't have to speak about the importance of the topic. The good part is it's various stakeholders who are working on this are coming together. That's a good point, because what started as one, a specific topic within Bosch, various elements who are working on different domains, coming together is a really a good sign. Fundamentally, if every product that we make in Bosch or future businesses that will be born, they will be connected, there will be intelligence. I think that's given, so that's not up for debate. So if that is true, if the products are connected, then you need to have secure access, secure way of connecting. So at different layers you need it. Some of them are mission critical, some of them are very essential. And add to this is the security protecting your, let's say, your models, or protecting your product. Access to the product is so important. So I would imagine that there will be many more layers in this security which will be evolving. For example, if you look at within Bosch, BGSW working on model security, which is one of the products which we're trying to create. And now the software development itself, paradigm itself is changing with generative AI coming in. So then how to protect your models itself is becoming a big topic. So extremely relevant topic. Happy that you are getting the act together inside. So let's have a good coming together and continue to work on this. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you, Dattatray, for your kind words. And yes, this is what you see. This is a beginning of a sequence of events that we are doing. And we hope to just grow from here. So with this, I invite Guru to speak a few words.
Good morning and again welcome. Good to see that we are now, even as Bosch, we are stepping out and start cooperating, collaborating with DSCI, which I just was listening to some of them. We need to learn from each other, and I see also there is strong connect even with IITs that you're working with. I'm sure there is so much to take away on this very important topic, which just Dr. said. It is no more, safety started I think some years back as an awareness, as a wish, but over the years it is no more a wish, it is a necessity. And that's why it has become even, ISO has also defined this as part of the standards, security standards. So it's clearly the kind of automotive transformation that we are going through. Coming from the mobility, we understand that everything is going to be personalized, connected, and of course automated. And the moment we talk about this, we are discussing now about both what we do inside the vehicle, also what we do outside the vehicle. So there is enormous amount of data that comes out of the vehicle and stays in the cloud. And how do we really ensure integrity of this data when it goes from point A to point B? I think that becomes such an important feature in every feature that we develop. And today OEMs are well aware of it. When you're working within automotive OEMs, they're actually even demanding on everything that we do. And interestingly, even those that was delivered some 10 years back, now the OEMs are coming back and asking, how can you make these products again secured? So it is no more saying, okay, those are all gone, already in the market, so it should be okay to, just stay with this. It's not really. That actually brings in a challenge as well for us to see how we can make them more secured and more safe. And if you take some examples of in electrification, we are talking about this plug and charge, where a consumer expected to just plug the vehicle and expected the entire payment also happen seamlessly. Now, how do you do this without trusting the entire environment? So that's really something is going to happen even more securely in the future, and we are working on it as Bosch. Another one, we have this valet parking, where the cars are talking to the infrastructure. It's no more, again, I believe in my own sensor sitting in the car, but it's also looking at infrastructure sensors and how do you interact with them to ensure the car is parked safely and without any kind of concerns to the owner. So there is so much change coming up, and so it's very important for us to discuss on this and see how we can learn from each other. And I'm sure already yesterday I also participated in some of them, we talked about this multi-layered security architecture, where we are talking from the hardware layer until the interaction with the hardware, going towards architecture. I saw that even the pipeline architecture, even there you are talking about security. So it's very interesting being part of these discussions, being part of these sessions. And again, I'm looking forward for another day of engaging. And I definitely know that some of the experts coming on stage and talking about all these topics. So let's go for this and enjoy this treat of learning from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guru. And now I invite Wadi, who's our CTO, and not only the CTO, he's also driving the Center of Excellence program over here at GSW, and in the Center of Excellence in cybersecurity was also one of his pet projects. So, Wadi, a few words.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, and also warm welcome to all the guests who have joined us today from different parts of let's say the cybersecurity world. So welcome, and it's our pleasure to have you here and interact with all of you. I think yesterday I was also speaking in the evening. The good thing about cybersecurity is the state of the art is continuously changing, because it's a race between those who want to hack it to those who want to defend it. Right? And from a technology point of view, there is never a state where you say, I am now finished. Right? So there is never a state where everything is done. That's the good thing about cybersecurity, because as the community here who want to defend these systems and keep these systems safe and secure and really make the system wanting to deliver, what they were designed for. I think that's a great challenge to accept and keep pushing the envelope, because if you don't push the envelope, I think the one who wants to hack will keep pushing the envelope, right? And then this is a cat and mouse game. The other aspect that I wanted to bring in, which is where I think this community is doing a tremendous work, is also to spread the knowledge of cybersecurity. I mean, it was like a very closely guarded secret, if I put it, where we could sometimes call it niche skill, right? But actually, if we want to have the systems that Datta and Guru spoke about really to be secure, we need more and more people to understand cybersecurity and be able to, safeguard it. And I think there you guys are doing a tremendous job in the form of university or let's say academic concept, where you are spreading this knowledge of how to kind of demystifying cybersecurity and bringing those, building blocks and, how to design it, how to architect it and so on. I think that's a very, very important element of spreading knowledge and building more and more people who can actually come into this space. And because of the system complexities that is happening, so vehicle being not more the top level system, but for example, car is only a device in a connected grid. This is a completely different game, right? And the kind of security systems that are necessary in a worldwide connected grid is something that we cannot imagine from today's viewpoint. And we can say there is already a worldwide web where cyber defense is put in place. Right? So what's the big deal with worldwide grid? Right? There is a big deal. The first thing is these computers are constantly moving. Right? So they are not always available. And second, these computers can actually kill human beings, right? If we don't do it in the right way. So we are talking about really a worldwide grid that is safety critical, a worldwide grid that can create an accident, a worldwide grid that can harm occupants inside and outside the vehicle. And so to secure such kind of a system is a completely different level of complexity that we need to tackle, and therefore lot of solutioning and lot of robust architectures of cybersecurity and also very, very reliable operations of 24/7 of cybersecurity needs to be really installed. I mean, I just took mobility as an example, but the same can be said about a smart city or an industry or energy and so on. So I think this is true for multiple ecosystems that we live in. So if I sum it up, lots of challenges ahead of us, and we need really people who are enthusiastic and passionate about solving these problems. And to do that, I think having a very vibrant community is definitely essential. And so thanks a lot for this community. It's a growing community, enthusiastic community, and bringing them together in these kind of conferences to share experiences, practices, state of the art, I think is very, very important. So have a wonderful discussion and insight and networking with the community. And thanks for organizing this and having us here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Wadi. Yeah, as Wadi says, cybersecurity is one of the fields where the state of art is evolving every day. You have new things to discover every day. And if you are a few days behind, you can have a lot of impact, a lot of damage. So, yeah, and this is where you have to keep learning. You have to keep learning every day. You have to keep be aware of everything that's happening on a daily basis. You miss one patch and you are looking at a disaster. So yeah, you truly summed it up. So let's thank our leaders, and we have a tea break just now, and followed by you can visit our marketplace. We'll do a guided tour for you, and then we'll set this area up for the panel that's going to happen. So our next panel is going to be on cybersecurity regulations and yeah. So our next, we'll start with the panel on cybersecurity regulations and compliances and their impact, and it will start from 10:45. Please have a tea before we start the session. So yeah, or coffee. Yeah, thanks.
To continue with the discussions on regulations that govern the automotive sector, we have experts from different organizations in cybersecurity who have got wealth of information and enormous experience. So may I invite on stage Praveen, who is a partner leading emerging tech at Deloitte for Southeast Asia. He has 22 plus years experience in developing, managing, and advertising global enterprises on cyber risk services, cyber strategy and operations, emerging technologies, risk management and compliance, and connected product security. Next we have Regin, who is a Boschler. He has got 19 years industry experience in cybersecurity. He has spent 15 years in Bosch and is an expert in product security such as ADAS. He is also an authority in automotive regulations and is part of the drafting committee. Welcome, Regin. Next, I invite Kartika. She has 12 years experience. She is from CDAC Bangalore and has worked extensively in IoT application domain. And she also has got the unique distinction of having gained experience in stress management, mental health, and formal methods of software verification. Welcome, Kartika. I invite Mr. Ajay, who is joining us from L&T. He is currently Global Practice Head in Automotive Cybersecurity. He has 24 years experience in automotive sector, post-quantum crypto, ISO 21434 compliance, fuzz and pen testing, low-level secure boot, flash, AutoSAR, and crypto. Welcome, Ajay. The last panelist, may I invite Dr. Sheshadri, who has got 16 years experience and is currently CTO of TVS Sensing Solutions and Consultancy for Mobility, with expertise in ADAS, instrument cluster, EV and ICE vehicles, and development of algorithms. Firstly, I welcome each one of you to BGSW and fit.cs here. I also welcome each one of the participants here in the August gathering and all those who are joining us on Bosch Tube. So by adhering to the standards such as UN R155, 156, ISO 21434, the automotive industry can enhance customer trust, safeguard vehicle functionality, and mitigate potential threats from cyber attacks. The Government of India felt the need for a permanent agency and industry standards. So Automotive Industry Standards Committee in India has published last 3 months back in May AIS 189 and 190, which are relevant in Indian context. The development and adoption of such standards are ongoing processes that involve collaboration between industry experts. Okay. Industry experts, am I audible? Industry experts, regulatory bodies, and standardization organization. So we have with us an expert who has presided over the panel of the drafting committee. Regin, can you share your views on the emerging regulations and their impact on the Indian automobile sector? Also, let me add, he has represented India in the GRVA, which is a committee of autonomous and connected vehicles at Geneva.
Yeah.
Regin.
Thanks, Bhargav, for the kind introduction, and good morning all. And I just to start, and there is no question about why do we need regulation here, correct? It's clear that we need regulation for automotive cybersecurity. So I just remember in 2016, I was attending a symposium in Germany. There was a presentation from Mercedes-Benz colleague asking, do we need automotive security standards? Yeah, that was the time I was just thinking, oh, we may need some standards, yeah. Then the UNECE, that is the GRVA, which comes under WP29. GRVA is a committee which, a working party which works for the regulation for the connected and autonomous vehicles. They come up with a standard, the regulations, that is UNR 155 and UNR 156 in 2021 Jan, yeah. And then followed by a ISO standard, that is 21434 in 2021, and then recently we had that is for cybersecurity engineering, and recently we had another ISO standard for software update engineering, that is ISO 24089. Yes. So I will just give a glance. What is this UNRs and what is their importance and what is their importance to India? Yes. So about UNR 155, this is basically for the cybersecurity management system. And UNR 156 is for software update management system. Yeah? And ISO 21434 is for cybersecurity engineering, and ISO 24089 is for software update engineering. And these standards and regulations are applicable for the countries which signed 1958 agreement, especially Europe and Japan and Korea. If you look at the implementation timeline, for the new models, they have to comply from July 2022. And for the existing models, that is a new registration, if they wanted to do, then it starts from July 2024. Yes? So these standards are global, standards are global standards, even for the ISO is applicable for India also. And but when you look at the regulations, India is not part of the 1958 agreement country, but it is part of 1998 agreement countries. So normally how it works is, once the 1958 agreement countries, that is UN has a regulation, then there will be a GTR, and which comes to the our Indian government, and then we have to draft a standard for India specific, that is country specific. But in this case, about the cybersecurity regulations, it is a little different, and the government of India, that is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, that is a MOTAGE, and the AIAC, that is Automotive Industry Standards Committee, led by RI, they saw this importance and they already started working, and they formed a panel in 2021 July itself to work on these two regulations, that is for India. So as a result, we had two panels. The panel consists of the SIAM members, that is Society of Automobile Engineers, that is OEMs Association, and members from ACMA, that is component responsible, like Tier 1 and Tier 2, like Bosch and Kandi, all these companies. And then test agencies like RI, ICAT, and other test agencies, and the government bodies also. So the result is in 2022 December, we are able to draft two standards, that is AS 189, that is cybersecurity management system for India, and AS 190, which is a software update management system specs for Indian market. So now the status is these specs were presented to AAC on last December, and then May this year the CMVR TSC, that is the ministry, has adopted this standard. So soon it will be released and it will be applicable for all the OEMs. And maybe there will be a question when we are going to implement about it. So this I will come when we talk about the impacts for these regulations. So there are a lot of impacts and challenges. Considering the challenges, what the panel has decided is not like one-time deadline that you have to implement both specs by 24 or 25. It is not like that. We are given a pace-wise approach. So the first will be going for automated, that is above L3 and above functionalities. If the vehicle is equipped, that will be very soon, that is mean from 2024 itself, it will be applicable. So if someone wanted to introduce a L3 and above functionality in that. The next one is for the software update over the air, that means with the connected things. So the phase-wise approach starts from 2024, it goes up till 2029, maybe we can give the details later, yes? So now, coming back to the impacts of these regulations for India. So just to discuss about the impacts, I would like to go through what is this AS 189 and AS 190 in a short or in a summary. So AS 189 or the cybersecurity management system, if I could divide in three parts, the first part I would say that there is a management system. There is a requirement to have a management system in any organization. The second one is the security by design. Okay, I will just give what is it after this. And third one is list of threats and vulnerabilities that we called as annexures. So this is the three parts of AS 189. And AS 190 also, we have a similar structure. We have a management system and then security by design. And also one more addition is about how do you identify the software, identity of the software, how do you identify it. Okay, so to look at the impacts, now what is cyber management system? So this AS 189 expects a management system to be in an organization. That means it expects a CSMS organization. Basically, this consumes a lot of effort. Yeah, it cannot happen over a night or over a day that we implement and get a CSMS compliance. Yeah, this need a culture in the organization, security culture, and it needs the process to be implemented, and it needs the policies, and it needs the roles. What are the roles need to be found, and also the upskilling of the existing associates. And so this is a big elephant, this is a big elephant and we need to address. But the thing is, this is needed to get a type approval. That means the impact is, if you do not have this, we will not be able to get a type approval of the system. That means we will not be able to release the system. It's a direct impact. So how to approach it? There is, the simple approach would be that we can do a pre-audit. That means OEMs has to do the pre-audit. That means they have to check what is their strength so far. Yeah, we may not do it from the scratch. They can do a pre-audit. Then find out the gap analysis and what are the gaps, then we can upgrade as possible. Then they can go for a main certification. But being said this, definitely OEMs may not be able to do by themselves alone. They may need a consultant or a partners to help them to assist how to get this CSMS certification. Yes? Then coming to the security by design. What is security by design? For example, I develop a automobile or a car and after just about to release, I tell that, please, can you add security to this? It's not going to be possible. Yeah, it is very difficult. And we cannot convert a system and add security and give security as a function or a feature. Yeah? This would be thought from the very beginning. Yeah? From the design and processes, that security should be added. That is what the security by design. So this security by design consists of depth in defense in depth approach or the layered approach. So this would be, for example, you talk about a vehicle design, how do you secure a communication between the electronic control units, or how do you even protect the ECUs, how do you protect the gateways and zonal ECUs, how this architecture, IBARI architecture, yes. So this has to be protected. This has to be thought out from the very beginning of the stage. So what is the impact if you look at the existing vehicles? So we have a lot of vehicles which is already, maybe it is insecure, but still it is on the road. How do you secure it? Yeah. So this is the impact on existing vehicles, because we cannot simply convert them to be secure. Yes, this is the one point we need to think about it. And another impact would be this security by design. It talks about life cycle. It is not only the development or a production. It goes for covers also life cycle. Even after you do a post production, and it goes to a service and maintenance, correct? And also you should be able to give the vulnerability fixes until the vehicle is on the road. So maybe right now, if you look at India, you may even find vehicles which are older than 25 years, 30 years, correct? We can do AFC, we get a fitness certificate maybe by painting and getting to RTO, and you'll. But what is the impact? Even this impact to the end users, correct? So if the OEM is not able to provide a vulnerability fix after 15 years or some time, then this has to be scrapped. So end users cannot keep these vulnerable vehicles more years. Yes, yeah. This is also one of the impact what I could see. Yes, and. Then let me go to the third section, that is a threat list of threats and mitigations are given as an annexure. But this is not a fixed list. as morning we had in the keynotes, and this is evolving, yeah. And with these new evolving architectures like vehicle computers and zonal architectures, centralized architectures, there are a lot of changes is happening, and the SDV, the software-defined vehicles, are coming into the picture. And also, you know, that we talked about morning in the pace, personalized, yeah, connected, automated, and electrified, shared mobility. So these are all the mobility trends. So these risks and the threats and the threats will be keep on evolving. So this need to be addressed. So we cannot keep it as a fixed list, yeah, and this need to be addressed. Yes. Then let me go to quickly to the some specification, that is a software update management system. The first two parts remain same, but the third one is the software identity. So we will have a lot of software released from a OEM to all the parts of the vehicle. That means to many ECUs. Yes. How do you manage it? How do you identify which software is in the vehicle, and what is the change from the type approved software? That means when you go for a type approval, you give a list of softwares and you tell that these are the functionalities I tested and you got approved. But what happens is the time goes on, you'll add new features and via configurations or we do bug fixes, vulnerability fixes, and finally the functionality in the vehicle may be changed. So how do we address this? That is what one part of AS 190 address, to have a RX win, we call, to have an identity of the software. Yeah? And the OEMs got it impacts the OEM. They have to maintain the list of the RX win for the complete fleet where the vehicles are on the road. Yes. So to sum it up, I would say that there are a lot of impacts and challenges for this AS 199, but yeah, it's not an optional and it is a mandatory to have these regulations. Yes.
Regin, I must say that was truly experiential. I understand that both India and global automotive landscape are evolving with a focus on safety, emissions, electrification, and technology advancements. While there are common goals, the specific challenges and regulatory approaches vary based on local needs, infrastructure, and market dynamics. Harmonization of regulations on a global scale is important to facilitate international trade and innovation in the automotive industry. Automotive regulations in India and globally are designed to ensure vehicle safety, environmental sustainability, and consumer protection. While the overarching goals are similar, Ajay, could you highlight specific challenges and variations in regulations between India and other countries?
Yeah, certainly. Some of the important things which Ranjan has also highlighted. I'll take it further from there and then we'll address this issue as well. Some of the important points which he has pointed out is that the regulations are must now and there is no escape from there. What they are bringing in as a adherence to all of us is there should be a risk assessment and management first of all. So list of threats, vulnerabilities, their impact, likelihood of being repeated, and etc. has to be counted, has to be well analyzed. There has to be matrices defined, quantified, and we should have reasons for what is to be fixed as priority and what we can mitigate, later. So those kind of things have to be there. First thing. Second, an important thing is there is vulnerability management where actual weaknesses are being taken, advantages of. We have a community of hackers around. In the world, who are actually also hacking into the automotive, domain as well. And there are dangerous consequences we already have seen about it. So vulnerability management, having a vulnerability well defined, what is a automotive, embedded automotive vulnerability, which can be taken advantage of, where there can be weaknesses, which can be providing you handle to actually attack onto the system. So there has to be a system built. So I'll go one level further to that, of the AIS compliances, what Engine has mentioned. We should have kind of validation mechanisms with us as well to ascertain that there is a security vulnerability and it is causing such and such impact. So we should have our own test labs built, not to the extent that we are going to manufacture the vehicle, but to the extent that we are going to prove to the OEMs and to some extent to the tier ones, because it calls for a security in a complete supply chain. So we should be able to prove them that there is a vulnerability and this vulnerability may cause these kind of damages. So where should you concentrate while you are designing the mitigations, which is the next phase. Third aspect which he mentioned and also which is called for in the regulations is the security by design. I'll take that also a little more step further, that while we are participating with the OEMs, with the tier ones for their analysis of software or their security mechanisms, there should be a process laid out first of all. And in that process, we should be participating right from the beginning. It's not that we are being called on, we have mentioned in the beginning notes, which has been mentioned, that it's a community of all of us that is growing, and we have concern about security, concern about embedded security, concern about embedded security challenges. So it's not that it's a retrofit. It has to be a security by design. By design, there are a lot of implications, right from the key sizes till how you are booting your system, how you are doing your secure onboard communication, how there is a secure diagnostics being carried out, how there is a secure software update, secure flashing. Are you doing all the signature checks, validations, integrity checks, confidentiality checks? What kind of messages you have priority to protect with the MAC values in the CAN communication, or now there is Ethernet communication. So, security by design will go to that level of depth where we will have to think about all these implications serially, right from the bottom to the top. So I think that's one of the onus on all of us, that we should be not only thinking from the perspective of, one is implementing the security or implementing the cybersecurity culture into the organization, but also going to the depth of it. Because we are working at the embedded automotive world where any real-time decision would affect a life. So we should be very careful by participating in a software, security by design process right from the beginning. We should insist, in fact, we are doing this at L&T Technology Services, that we should participate from the beginning there itself. That, it's not that you should call us afterwards and then, something is breaking and now you tell us how to stitch it. So we generally deny those kind of things, because those fixes will not go for lifetime. We should be participating in the security by design. We have developed a complete process and our own methodology for 21434, the prior one J3061 from the SAE as well, and also from the UNECE norms. The subtle difference between two is, and Ranjan has pointed that out, is one is the R155 and R156 is about respectively about CSMS, that is Cyber Security Management System, and as I said, it's a management system, so it's a culture. So all the components, all the participants, all the stakeholders in the entire cybersecurity management system, they have to adhere to the standards. They should be well read, or if not, then it's our responsibility to make them aware of what is being required into the cybersecurity management system. And that is something we also are doing right now. So the other part is security, the sums, which is secure updates into the vehicle. We need to ensure that, right set of algorithms are being implemented, because I'm taking it to the depth further. He spoke about the regulations more. I'm trying to say that, if we want to implement the regulations, what kind of measures, what kind of things we need to consider first of all. So CIA aspect, confidentiality, integrity and availability always has to be looked up while we are making the updates. So there is no excuse for us that we can overlook any of these aspects any time in the vehicle. So we must be aware of them. If not, then we should be well read about all these facts first of all. That's being one thing. ISO 21434 is also calling for the security for the entire supply chain participants into the vehicle. So it's not only to the security community, it's not only to the security groups who are working there, it is not only to the management system, but it is also calling for security from the suppliers, from the customers. We should have documentation of everything. We should have cybersecurity cases created. We should have cybersecurity plan very well created. And then we should be able to document with the checklist, with kind of templates we have, and then we should be applying for the compliances on the 21434 basis. So this applies not only for the CVs, ICVs of the kind, but now there is emerging trend for the software-defined vehicles. At L&T, we are looking at the software-defined vehicle zonal architecture as well, because now the ECUs are placed at the zones. Updates will be performed like that. There is a Ethernet communication, so you have wider opportunity to implement security there. So we should be well aware of then what kind of security features we should be deploying at all these ends when it is coming to security deployment. So software-defined vehicles is something we are looking very seriously into at L&T, and then we are also pushing this kind of security features to be implemented there. Having said about these two aspects of mainly from the compliances and one level depth into the compliances which Ranjan has mentioned. The second aspect which Bhargav has asked was about the global implications and global standards, global compliances to this. What is being observed right now is the UNECE compliances, the European Union and the US has been part of all three agreements for the UN compliances, including the 1958 one. So they have most of their most of their processes stringent, implementing the 21434 and UNEC compliances to a fairly good extent. We have been seeing at the customers, who have well-defined requirements to come up with, that they want to have this aspect of 21434 well complied for their this kind of product. So be it anything, be it any kind of issue or a cluster or, automotive system, they are now well aware. The requirements are getting very mature in terms of what do they want in terms of ISO 2144 or UNEC compliances. First thing, so US and the EU market is well mature into this. Second is about the Japanese market. They have 2144 compliances stringently implemented into their features as well. Coming to India, what Ranjan has pointed out, we have two compliances, two regulations basically coming up, which is taking care of most of the work product R155 and R156. So we are well aware, we are pushing ahead. We are one of the largest markets as well in the automotive industry as such in the global scenario. China is bringing its own regulations. There are around 100 such ICV regulations. Most of them are dealing with the software updates as well. They have defined, just like work product 29 R155, they define about process, but the processes, they say that the process has to be there. But the process detailing has been done into the Chinese compliances. So they want, they have minute details covered. So they are more stringent than even the work product 29 R155, R156. The Latin American countries are part of ISO regulations, so they are jumping ahead now into getting these regulations. Post-COVID scenarios has taught a lot to all these countries, including India as well. So we have a lot of these regulations coming in picture, and we are able to identify all of them. So to summarize, what I mean to say here is what industry demands is first is process. There has to be a continual process. It's not that, what he pointed out, that it's not one time done. There is nothing like that in the automotive cybersecurity scenario, because vehicles are evolving, fleets are emerging, new SOCs are coming, new architectures is being introduced. So there has to be a continual process of doing a security assessment at every stage of production, right from the design. Then there has to be investigation in terms of threat, risks and vulnerabilities, their severities, their impact, their likelihood of being repeated, and what kind of mitigations we could provide there. There has to be a validation, including first testing, penetration testing, what Bhargav mentioned in the beginning. We have set up a complete lab at L&T Technologies to have penetration testing done in-house, because we have the know-how. We have been working with so many OEMs and tier 1s so far, and we know their pulse, where they want it to be investigated. So we have set up a lab in-house to, to investigate the penetration testing as well, because this is a part of cycle. It's not the isolated process of doing a penetration testing and then coming back and then say that there is a vulnerability, that we fix it. So it's by design. So process, investigate, validate, and have a security by design. I think that is how I could summarize this entire journey. And there is a V-cycle very well laid into 21434. In fact, all the norms of this automotive cybersecurity are very well covered into the automotive cybersecurity V-cycle there. And we should be adhering to that. Thank you.
I think, Ajay, you brought out very elaborately the automotive regulations that play a crucial role in safety, the requirement of participation from the beginning for cybersecurity, vulnerability management, and also the challenges that present and the implications from the L&T perspective. Doctor.
Just one thing to add. Thanks, Ajay, for pointing out. And when we made this AAS 189 and 190 compared to global standards, what we kept in mind that we should not dilute the specification. That means we should not reduce any security or remove something which is from the UNR 155 and 156. This gives an advantage that when global OEMs, they can import vehicles to India, and then they need not to go for a separate AAS type approval. They can show their UNEC approval, and in vice versa also, we'll be able to market to export vehicles from this. So this was taken care in the standards, yes.
So now, having understood the regulations from perspective of India and global perspective, let us deep dive into the perspectives of OEM vendors and third-party suppliers, because these regulations pose challenges related to complexity, cost, innovation, and international trade. So, Dr. Seshadri, striking the right balance between regulatory requirements and industry innovation is crucial for the long-term success and sustainability of the automobile sector. So could you share your experience of challenges and implications that you face at TVS from the perspective of OEMs, vendors, and third-party suppliers?
Thanks, Bhargav. I'm from a different background from the people on the dais because we are into the sensor manufacturing and also solutions providers, integrating sensors. So what we are seeing, what used to be a physical system, sensors used to be physical. We used to do only end-of-life testing before for the sensors, how long, what is their voltage levels or what is their outcomes, how they are physically stable and their integrity. Now it is becoming more critical that they are becoming cyber physical in the way that we have now Bluetooth devices or they are like when we talk about security by design, like ears and eyes of the sensors are ears and eyes. So and they are communicating now. And what we used to do was EOL testing just for physics of the sensors. Now we are bound to do that also for the from the communication perspective, also from computation perspective, which means that there is a bit of software sitting there, and which requires a complete verification. So what we are picking up is what is being ported to the ECUs. So this is the data that the ECU hears from us. There are software which is to be which has time criticality. It has to be implemented in a smaller device, this security by design there is a big challenge. For example, we are having a Bluetooth device which should not be spoofed, or and there is an aftermarket for this. It's not only for OEMs or tier 1 or tier 2. We are also having a market which is on aftermarket, where a consumer goes and buys our sensor off the shelf, integrated to a third-party solution. We don't know who is providing the solution, but he may take the sensor from us. And security by design in those cases is sort of an open challenge for us, which is very difficult. And to comply, having a CSMS or something like that, starting from the sensors manufacturing, is quite important for the tier 1 or tier 2 companies. But for aftermarket solution providers, there should be some regulations which has to be put in place, so that aftermarket is also a very big market, which has to be taken care and brought into this purview. So as automotives are becoming more cyber physical in nature, no more they are physical, it's cyber component is on the top of it, and it is safety critical cyber physical systems. So security becomes paramount there, and we have now a plethora of sensors that are getting deployed in an automotive, and which means that we have a tsunami of data to be handled, and then we have diverse multiple vendors who are taking these sensors or taking this hardware and implementing their solutions, porting their software into it, and they do all the verification and other things from the side of an ECU or other perspective, or the silicon perspective, or from the software perspective, on the ears and the eyes. And now the ears and eyes of the sensors also have some intelligence, which means that they are also connected to the brain. They have some contextual awareness, where they are getting deployed, in which vehicle they are getting deployed, which ECUs they are talking to, or to which ECU they are communicating, what is the context in which they are getting used. So this sort of intelligence, as it brings in, as we are bringing in more intelligence, it is also making them more vulnerable, especially to the OEMs, and complying to all these standards from the manufacturing. It's not EOL testing now, it is also cyber testing that has to go end to end. And this is a key challenge, because this is a different segment where we know that like ECUs, we know where it is getting deployed, or the hardware where it is getting deployed. We don't know where the sensors are getting deployed. It can be deployed in an automotive which is on the road. It can be a last mile vehicle. It can be somewhere in a lab. We don't know this. So that way what is happening is this loss, as these automotives are becoming more cyber physical in nature, manufacturing for the aftermarket is becoming a bigger challenge. With more communication technologies, it was CAN PIDs and other things before. Now Bluetooth is becoming a part. People want connectivity with, for example, calling over mobile with a touch screen or other things. Bluetooth becomes a part of it, a part of the ecosystem, and securing a Bluetooth communication is equally difficult. Sensors are having Bluetooth sort of communications these days, which is non-real time, I would say, sort of communications, but they are working on safety critical systems. That is again a key problem, because automotives are safety critical that way. And within India, we have several challenges, because we are talking about automotives. that is completely autonomy, level 2 autonomy, level 3 autonomy. India is still having vehicles, different types of vehicles, for example, autos, or different kinds of vehicles that are on the roads. It's not just type branded vehicles. We have M&N vehicles, other vehicles also. And to get a cyber secure automotive environment requires all of them to be integrated as well into the ecosystem, which is like a far-fetched dream as of now, because what are the sensors they are using, what is the ECU that is getting deployed. It also depends on the cost of protecting them and the cost of deploying in them. So there is a lot of problems with those sort of different types of diverse vehicles that are on roads in India. And we are talking about I2V and V2V communication. Are they done by the OEMs or Tier 1? Tier 1 and Tier 2 are going to do that? Or is it the consumer is going to select it? For example, that TFT screens on your cars are not to be designed by the OEMs directly. It can be taken off the market by any of you and be placed. We are not sure whether it is secure. It has all the connectivity to it. It has an Android device connected to it. And how are we going to ensure that we are going to be cyber secure there? Because these are connected to, now I see that they are connected to food apps like Zomato. You can watch movies, you can, by the time you are connected to Zomato, it knows where you are dining probably. It is also an exposure of personal data. And we have a cloud where it is for a different purpose, that we track all these sensors for service and other things, whether a vehicle has stopped, whether it needs to be serviced, or it can be towed somewhere nearby, or to the mechanics to give an alert. But that also brings into the picture that we understand if the cloud is attacked or somebody has an access to this sort of data. It is also personal data, which is by new regulations that have been brought in India. It's quite hard to communicate with such devices, but these devices are already in place. And in India, there is also going to be a scenario where we have autonomous, semi-autonomous, and completely manual vehicles, and where we have the cyber interactions going to be very difficult. It is not that you are going to make an auto cyber secure like within a couple of years. It is going to take its own time to bring all these vehicles in the ecosystem. So these are the challenges that as a manufacturer, what we need to do is to enter into the CSMS or other things. We need to understand, we are understanding these regulations are becoming important. Like from the embedded hardware perspective, when they say ASIL standard or other standards that are not concerned about, not much about cybersecurity, I would say. It's about more on booting and other things. But we are more concerned about ASIL standards and other things when we buy a processor. But does that mean that we are cyber secure everywhere wherever we are getting deployed? I can get an ASIL standard hardware. I can have a brain to a sensor. But when it is getting deployed somewhere, I'm not sure it is cyber secure, or how to connect these existing standards itself in terms of manufacturing. Because from my perspective, I'm doing what I expected to do, but am I connected to the ecosystem? Maybe I'm not. So these sort of understanding, and there is gap to be filled there also from the manufacturer perspective. And once meeting that, only from the Indian context, we can reach the international market, because this is going to be the norm everywhere. And we have an Indian market which is subcategory of the international market, where we have different kinds of vehicles. We have agriculture vehicles that are quite different from other countries. So that is a big market segment in India. We are not talking about that when we need to also talk about that. That has been mentioned in some of these standards. But what we are securing there is also equally important. So these sort of things, I think there should be a diversification when we talk about international trade on aftermarket and OEM before market, when we are servicing it, and how we are going to secure end-to-end security by design. And as pointed out, the CIS integration or other things should be brought up from the stage where we are manufacturing. All these manufacturing process is now more APQP or something, which is not understanding what is cybersecurity. So that has to be first brought in here. So there are a lot of connections that need to be made. And as automotives are becoming automotive cyber secure physical systems, we require more of these integrations and more of ground to be covered from these standards. That's what I would say for this. Thanks.
So Dr. Sheshadri, you covered about smart vehicles, connected cars that offer numerous benefits, including improved safety, enhanced communication and convenience and data-driven insights. They also present specific challenges and issues that need to be addressed to ensure that their effective and secure integration into automotive ecosystem. So, Ms. Kartika, addressing these issues requires collaboration among automotive manufacturers, technology providers, regulators and other stakeholders. Now, striking the right balance between innovation and security is essential for realizing the potential benefits of IoT devices in the automobile sector while mitigating these associated risks. So could you elaborate the difficulties in achieving this fine balance?
Yes, first of all, thank you. So I'd like to take over from what Dr. Seshadri mentioned about aftermarket sensors. A lot of aftermarket IoT sensors are available, which can be retrofitted into the vehicles. We cannot stop the buyers from including it into the vehicle. And they all work for a specific reason. For example, parking space assistance or cameras that they put into the vehicle. They all work individually. They all have their own applications and so on. But how do we build that coherence between all these retrofits that are happening? And if I look into disability perspective, there is AS 169 standard, which says that these are the retrofits that can happen for specific disabilities, and this is how they have to be checked and regulated and so on. But there is no such standard for all these aftermarket sensors that are available. So we may have to look into that perspective. And also the data that is coming out of all these sensors, there is going to be huge amount of data. And when we are speaking about connected vehicles and communication between the vehicles, whether I can drag some data from the vehicle that is traveling along with me, if I have a blind spot in my vehicle, whether I can take that information from the other vehicle that if there is any obstacle on my course. So these kind of applications will emerge out of these IoT sensors. There can be optimization application also. For example, if I have to send a package from Electronic City to Whitefield, it need not be a point-to-point delivery. I can relay it through multiple vehicles if the service sectors connect together. So it can happen through the vehicle communication. And if I am traveling and I want to know that will I hit a roadblock in Adugudi at a certain point of time. So currently some vehicle may be going through a roadblock because of a procession that is going on the road. But as I am traveling from Electronic City to Adugudi in 30 minutes period, it will all be cleared. Or sometimes even infrastructure can learn from the vehicles. If some event is going on and then the vehicles are parked in a lane. So the lane may be free, but because of the parking, there may be a jam. So whether infrastructure and authorities could learn. So this way, people, vehicle, infrastructure, everyone are getting connected, and as smart cities are growing, this is also becoming a lot of data crunching that is happening, and inferences that are being made. And whether authorities, if for example a passenger vehicle or a public transport is there, whether I can identify that many people are traveling in the same bus, the bus is overloaded, so more public services or more buses has to be deployed on that route. So based on a certain situation or dynamically whether such inferences can be made to the authorities. So this way, all the ecosystems may come together. But when it comes to all this data which is there, as a consumer, people are also worried about their privacy. How much data am I giving, as Dr. Seshadri was telling, whether they can identify my pattern of food. I like a certain restaurant, and as I'm traveling through that road, it may suggest me that, see, the restaurant that you like is nearby. Whether it's too much breach of privacy or whether it is okay to suggest that, whether I give permission to do that, how much permission do I give, whether consent has to be taken every time. So there was a personal data protection bill that happened, right? So consent has to be taken every time I share the data. For what type of processing? And if this data is going to be shared between the service providers, specifically in the applications perspective, if I have to speak, then whether this kind of data will be used by someone else, whether someone can know that if I stop in a medical shop couple of times, I have some illness. Whether my smartwatch can take my heartbeat and find that I have a specific illness. How much data am I sharing? How much data is getting processed? And whether I will be able to delete my data. So, for example, my vehicle is equipped with accident detection. that is needed for my insurance company. But as a owner of the data, can I delete the data? Whether am I allowed to delete such data? So all these has to come into the purview of regulations and standards if we have to go ahead with this connected vehicles. And it needs a lot of data crunching and HPC infrastructures, which CDAC is currently working on. And this will need many authorities to come together, like infrastructure, grid, vehicle, and everything. So it becomes an internet of everything more than an internet of things. And yeah, we may have to look and keep modifying the standards, as everyone was telling. The standards and regulations should keep changing and keep adapting itself with the growing technologies and the R&Ds and innovations that are happening in this sector. So this is my take. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I can carry from what you discussed is something very unique, using cars and infrastructure as routers for routing data and creating an ecosystem. I think something that is unique and we need to implement it. So, Mr. Praveen, we discussed about EVs and vehicles, ICs, their regulations governing them, IoT devices, and so on and so forth. Now, with respect to the EVs specifically, and also futuristic vehicles, are these regulations addressing the requirements sufficiently to say that we have an EV ecosystem in future that is cyber secure, or do we need more regulations? What are your views on it?
So thank you, Bhargav. Good morning, everyone. So let me probably put all those points that were shared by my colleagues and then answer your question. So one is what is the objective of all these things that we are doing? So it's basically a few of them, right? One is definitely to get from point A to point B in a quicker and faster pace. Of course, safety, right? The second part is the safety part of it, where we want to save the human lives, avoid accidents, mishaps, and so on and so forth. The third is the customer experience. Now, while I'm going from point A to point B, how am I going to be treated? How comfortable am I? Now, it could be from the heated seat or the air-conditioned seat to saying and infotainment systems on my cars. So these are the three basic objectives that is trying to be solved. Now, for solving all these things, if you take the first one, which is basically getting from point A to point B. Now, let's say the example that Kritika mentioned, saying that if some vehicle is in the front, how do I cross that? Probably it is just parked there, somebody is getting down or something like that. Until the vehicle is not talking to each other, it is not going to be possible. So a V2X has to be there. Then I need to park my car, so a V2I has to happen. So some of these things will have to be facilitated. Now, for all these communications to happen, there has to be a common standard. Like how we are all talking here, I'm sure there are a lot of people from Karnataka here, from various cities and various parts of the world, who is here. And we all are talking to each other using a common language, which is English right now. We understand that, we are able to communicate in that. So similarly, for the vehicles to talk to each other, there has to be a common set of guidelines or standards which has to be there. Now, yes, if you ask me, I would prefer to use my standard. I will say my standard is the best. And somebody else will say, I have a better standard. Somebody else will say, I have a better standard. Every standard is good. But somebody has to standardize these standards also. And that is where the regulations comes into picture. So the regulation has to happen more and more. And it has to be in line with the current set of things. Now, what are those current set of things? One is the aspiration of we as an individual. We want to have the latest and greatest of the technologies, and we want the sensors to do everything. And I would prefer something like an AI assistant, an AI car, an AI and of everything, which can tell me and do everything possible, and where I don't have to make even the decision making also. Right? So that's where I would prefer to get there, and it is going to get there because we are creatures of comfort and we want to get there. So that is where things are going to come. So more and more technology is going to be adopted. more and more of AI, more and more of sensors, and more of these technologies is going to come. AR included. New technologies are going to come like quantums and so on and so forth. So some of these technologies are going to be there and it is being used. Now the regulation has to accommodate and make sure that all these things are happening. So the more and more regulation is needed, and enforcement of these regulations is also needed. So how that audit happens, how that verification happens, how the testing happens, and that is where the certification body comes into picture, like ICAT or NATRAB and so on and so forth. So all these people will be able to certify that and provide an assurance for you and me as a consumer of these services, saying that yes, everything is there, everything is tested and so on and so forth. Now this is from a general perspective, right? Now from an organizational perspective also, we will have to ensure that all these things are there. So that is where the internal audit function, the security functions of these organizations will have to ensure, and like how Ajay said, you will have to do all these testing by yourself, and to make sure that before even you go to a regulator or to a certifying body or to an independent third party, you are sure that all those things which is needed is taken care, it is secure, it is private in nature, and it is ready for use for with every other organizations. So some of these aspects will have to come in. Now there is also already a discussion in place, especially on the cryptocurrency, and which has been started by the G20 forum, saying that how can we have one forex kind of thing. So that has been mooted. I'm sure it is not very far away that a similar discussion is going to happen in the space of the automotive as well, saying that rather than having an UNEC and an AIS and a GVRA and BVR in China and so on and so forth, how can we have one regulations which is going to ensure all these things which is going to happen. So some of these aspects is critical. So more and more regulations is going to happen. I will also briefly touch upon something that I and Kritika were having a quick chat while we were having a cup of coffee, and said how can we get to level 5 faster, and the only way is that we have more technology in place and more regulations in place, and that's when we will get to level 5. Because if you leave it to an individual to follow a regulation, probably we are talking about next 25 years. Because I would prefer in this hot climate not to wear a helmet and drive. So given a choice, I would definitely want to remove a helmet and drive. So some of these things can only be brought in by regulation standards and so on and so forth. So I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much. I think there is paucity of time and we have already exceeded. I wanted to open the questions for the August gathering as well. Maybe we can take one question if anyone has. Yeah.
Thank you. I am from CDAC, Hyderabad, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Actually, I have a lot of questions, but I'll just restrict myself to a couple. At this point in time, when you say the standard is defined, I just wanted to know whether the standard is also prescriptive in nature to say how things should be done, or it is just what should be implemented. That is point number one. Probably Ranjan can tell me about that. And the other aspect of that same question is whether the functional requirements or the operational requirements of the vehicle have been considered when the standard has been defined. The reason I'm asking this is there are certain requirements that may require latency, and the moment I add security to it, how does that kind of meet the requirements? Because especially when you're talking about connected vehicles, V2V, V2I, what you cannot compromise on is the latency at which the transmission happens. But if you tell me to do encryption and integrity check, how do I guarantee that I'm able to meet a 50 millisecond kind of requirement? This is what the application puts. So does the standard also talk about that, and is it more prescriptive also in nature?
Maybe just to answer the first question, yes, we are following the Europe and other countries. What they did is Europe, for the UNR 155 and 156, there is interpretation manual for both of these regulations. Yeah, and Japan, they took that interpretation document and added something more to that country-specific things. And said that, we have with the panel we have analyzed both, and we, as a next steps, we are going to work on interpretation document which is specific to India. That process is ongoing. So that means we will go through each interpretations of Japan as well as the UNEC, and we will come whatever specifically needed for India, we will write on it. This work is going on. Yeah? And to answer the second question, whether the functional part is taken care, especially on the latency and all these things. So as a cybersecurity regulations, it is not directly told, but when you take about the security by design, yeah, this would cover that. Yeah, when we design a system, yeah, what is the latency is required and what is the security we required, what is the fine balance. Yeah, so this part should be covered by the security by design.
Yeah, if I take this latency part, especially, when the security by design, when we consider, when we do the assessment, when I said that we require a particular size of the key, that includes what type of operations we are doing, how many key cycles are required for certainly, for key, right from the key management life cycle, be it called from the HSM, or you have it in the NVM memory, or you export from externally, and so on and so forth. So these kind of things, based on the latency, we need to decide, first of all. The documents or the regulation, what they say you should have, or there are good to have, or there are guidelines given. It's not that stringently that this has to be there. But these are some of these latencies which needs to be covered. Second, I also touched upon secure onboard communication, where you have priority of messages decided which messages will go under the MAC or encryption or etc. And third part is pushing the solutions back, which is also another important thing, because vehicles are real time. You have to push the solutions also real time. We are working on something called as Vehicle Security Operations Center, VSOC, where we have the threat intelligence build. It has to be synthesized and has to be pushed onto the vehicle in time, real time. Now there is no latency as decided into the regulations for this, but then we are profiling it in terms of the experience, how it should be floated into the fleet management for the vehicle security. So, I think, just to summarize, I think there are guidelines mentioned and not fixed norms on the latency especially, I would like to point out. But it grows from the experience, definitely.
Okay. The reason I asked also, and leading to my second question, probably Mr. Ajay, is that, see, I'm currently working on consumer IoT devices where we we define the procedures through which the standard can be evaluated. And as you said, we need these test validation labs, even on the automotive sector, which we are leading into. We also want to get into that space and kind of define a level playing field through which this is already done. Now, from my experience on the consumer IoT side, the moment we say we want to standardize or certify devices based on this, what generally happens is, if you don't have a level playing field of evaluation, what would end up happening is different labs will evaluate it in a different way. For example, you said you have your penetration testing facility at L&T. Probably Bosch will have something else and somebody may have something else. Ultimately, the test lab also may come up and then define it in their own way. So what would eventually happen is, how much of assurance as a user can I get is not clear. So what I just wanted to bring out at this point in time is, definitely we'll have to have a level playing field, not a level playing field per se, but a framework through which everything is evaluated according to a certain requirement, right? And the procedures are well clear and defined, so that the tools you use versus the tools I use and don't conflict in giving me an output.
I'll summarize and end with the typical scenario here. In the embedded automotive cybersecurity world, penetration testing it's not like a unit testing, system testing, integration testing. You have to innovate if you want to penetrate into the embedded world. So it's not that there are prescribed procedure, unit tests are written, and you execute the test suite, and you will get the penetration testing done. By penetration testing, by nature itself, it says that you will have to evaluate, and the penetration testing happens at the context of the system. It's not that the entire, and somebody who has done the penetration testing says that for the next variant, next upgradation of that particular hardware, my penetration tests are secure. So, that way, lab have to come. We will all have to evolve this. It's not that, it's the uniform procedure has to go here. It's not a unit testing, system testing, integration testing perspective. It's a penetration testing. In fact, it becomes sometimes like a development that you have to build a new approach to get into the vehicle based on the assessment, based on the regulation. Functional things are defined even anyway in the vehicles. So we adhere to that, the broader guidelines that, if I have to evaluate the onboard charging client, what all aspects from the gateway certificate is flowing, key is flowing, it is coming to the charging control stations, then it is communicated back to the, one where the charging happen. This place is there. So there is a CAN communication, there is PLC communication, there is Ethernet. So you need to know all these things. How would you penetrate is something, an approach which comes from the experience. And we all have to evolve and then share. It's not that we keep it ourselves and then share, and then it can become a common forum, and then possibly it could come in the guidelines as well. We don't know. We are not at that stage where we have a uniform penetration testing for embedded automotive scenarios.
So actually we are also moving into that space.
If I may interrupt, we have to go on with the next event, which is going to have here. We are going to have it here. So thank you very much, and I express my gratitude to each one of you for making it convenient to be present here today and giving us valuable insights. And also thank you for the question. Sorry that I have to interrupt because we have a next event coming up at the same place. Thank you very much, each one of you.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Bhargav. And sorry that we could not take all the questions. Probably I would request Bhargav to see if it is a possibility to create a forum where people can post their questions and the panelists can answer the questions. Thank you again. So next topic of the day is impact of quantum computing in automotive security. And this topic is presented by none other than our own Dr. Vishal Saraswat. Dr. Vishal Saraswat is a senior security architect and crypto expert. He is security expert consultant at Bosch and the cryptography, and he has assisted several masters and doctoral students in the field of cryptography. So I invite Dr. Vishal Saraswat to come and enlighten us on impact of quantum computing in automotive.
Hi. I'm wearing two hats. I'm organizing this conference and I'm giving this class. We have lost 15 minutes, so I'll try to cut short my presentation by 15 minutes so that we are back on time. Great. Just a sec. All right. No need. I have to stay here. Okay. So yeah, let's see. Already we have a lot of partners from the automotive industry here and hardware industry here, and they understand the concept of over-the-air updates. And most of us, now that we are using phones and computers, we see that updates keep coming to us every now and then. How does your phone know that this update has come from the genuine app, right? So when you receive a Windows update, how do you know it has come from Microsoft? When you receive an Apple update, how do you know it has come from Apple, right? So we are going to talk a little bit about that, updates. And nowadays with our cars becoming electronic, hundreds of issues are there on any modern car. And that means software is running our car. And today we'll talk about software-defined vehicle also in a later slides, so if you're interested. So these ECUs, they have a lot of software, they have a lot of firmware, which regularly needs to be updated. Okay. So this estimate is there are millions of cars on the road. I just don't go through the number, but over-the-air updates itself, just that part of the automobile business, that is now getting towards $35 billion business. Okay? And in fact, it has reached that goal faster than predicted, actually. So quickly, to just give you some hacks. Many of you already know of this very famous Jeep hack that happened way back in 2014 and then 15 again. 14 was a hack that happened when the attackers were connected to the car, and then attackers actually remotely connected to the car, not physically, and hacked it. Okay? And then we all know about the hack of the BMW's mobile app, which could be used to open the car, unlock the car by attackers. And since then, Tencent researchers, they hacked Tesla. And actually, this 2017 Tesla attack is important because at that time, what Tesla did was they just managed, they didn't have to recall a single Tesla. They managed to fix the issue without recalling any of the cars. Earlier, Jeep had to recall millions of cars. BMW had to recall millions of cars. Tesla took care of the problem without doing that. They fixed it remotely. And that was actually truly a moment, even though up till then Tesla was like sneered upon by the rest of the automobile makers. They saw this part of this Tesla that, oh, we need to now look at Tesla. We need to see what Tesla is doing. And automobile makers, they started giving more importance to updates, remote updates, over-the-air updates. Okay? So how does an update happen? Again, of course, this is not we are not going to go into details, but basically a software package is made and somehow it's flashed onto the device. Okay? So it has to be sent somehow. So you prepare the package, and now this package has to be sent to the device. But how do I send it securely? Well, we first want to do some sort of, we want to protect our IP also. We don't want to give away the update to the public. So we encrypt the update, and we create what we call MAC so that the update can be authenticated by the device. Well, this was not enough. So what we do is these keys that are used to encrypt the update, the keys which are used to create the MAC for this update, those keys are then encrypted with a public key encryption algorithm or asymmetric encryption algorithm and signed by the device maker's signing key. So that when this now encrypted update and the keys which are also encrypted and signed, they are then sent to the device. They could be sent directly to the device via the same channel in a one single package. They could be sent via two different packages. Generally, maybe in automobile industry or in IoT industry, we just send the key with a link that, hey, an update is available. Go ahead, download the update from the cloud. Okay? And the actual update package is downloaded later. Okay? So, in this whole process, something that is used is public key encryption and public key signatures. And this public key encryptions and signatures, they are basically some algorithms called RSA. Some of you may have heard of that, or something which is called elliptic curve cryptography. So the signature could be elliptic curve digital signing algorithm, or it could be some sort of an encryption algorithm using elliptic curves. All these algorithms that are out there, they use some mathematical problems which are like that it's hard to factor integers. Okay? So if I give you two integers and ask you to multiply those, that's not a very difficult task. I could give you 10-digit integers, two 10-digit integers. You could take a paper and you will give me the answer in a couple of minutes. Maybe a little more, but not too much. Right? Multiplying integers is not hard. But if I give you a big integer and I tell you, find another integer that divides this integer, okay? And you will get back a whole integer as an answer. That is relatively difficult. If I just give you a 3-digit integer, 697, in your brain, your job is to find a factor. Not going to be easy. Okay? If you start doing the work in your brain while I sip water. So it takes time. On the other hand, even if I give you big numbers, you would have done the multiplication in your brain and no sweat. So there is another problem called discrete log problem. I'm not going to go into that, but most of these asymmetric algorithms that we use today, they are based on these two mathematical hard problems. Okay? And the problem is, these two problems, they can be broken using quantum computers. Of course, we don't have quantum computers right now. And please note, I'm not talking about quantum cryptography here. So when I talk about post-quantum crypto, I'm talking about algorithms like RSA or ECDSA that we can implement on today's computer, but they cannot be broken by a quantum computer. So that's what we will talk about today, okay? Not quantum cryptography. If some of you were thinking that I'm going to talk about quantum key distribution, etc., I think Bhupendra and some other people, they will talk about such things tomorrow. Okay? So, yeah. So here we are talking about public key algorithms, encryption algorithms, signature algorithms, other algorithms, which you can implement on today's device, but cannot be broken by a quantum computer. And but we don't have like real good quantum computers yet. Yes, correct. We don't have quantum computers, but a lot of nations, a lot of organizations, a lot of companies, they are investing trillions of dollars trying to build one. Okay? And the deal is, some of you may say, hey, NSA is National Security Agency of the United States. They are the good guys. They are not going to hack my car. You sure? NSA is hacking your email on a daily basis. Okay? NSA is trying their best. Our agencies, our own intelligence agencies are trying their best to break into your every single information they can break into. Okay? So that is happening. Even the good guys, they are trying to hack into you, and maybe NSA is a good guy for United States, maybe. Okay? NSA is not necessarily a good guy, let's say, for Russia or for China. Okay? Then CIA, who uses NSA assets, they have been known to kill foreign diplomats by every means possible. Right? So it's a huge risk that you are taking, that you are not paying attention to what NSA is doing. But that's not the only problem. The thing is, even many other companies, they are trying to build a quantum computer or a quantum chip, whatever you call it, and they are already renting it out for you to use their quantum computer. You can rent it for some time and do certain calculations on them. Okay? So for example, IBM, they released their Osprey. Okay? An Osprey processor that can now work on 433 qubits. Okay? So it's a 433 qubit processor, way ahead of the timeline that we had thought of. Okay? And if IBM goes by according to their plan and according to their timeline, they are ahead of it as of now at least. They will have a chip which will work on 4,000 qubits by 2025. Okay? And in theory, not in practice, in theory, technically, if you have that chip and if it does perfectly, that chip can break the current, at least ECC, very easily, okay, in a day. Okay. Of course, it's easier said than done. In practice, it won't be able to do that. It will need much more than that, of course. And I'm sorry. So, yeah, we'll need much more than just that chip which can work on 4,000 qubits. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But the thing is, when is a quantum computer going to be a reality, and by when we should start worrying about it? And I'll come to that, some of the results on that topic also as well. But the thing to think about in a very theoretical sense, when you are selling a product, let's say your automobile, to the market, how long do you plan to support it? How long do you plan to send updates to it? Okay? So in that sense, after how many years from now, you will need to make sure that the current algorithms that you use today will remain secure in future. So let's say you are selling, or you are even not even selling a car today. Let's say you are thinking of designing a particular car. By the time that car will come on the road, that will take about 5 to 10 years if you start developing that now. And when it comes to road, when you sell it, depending on where you live, you will be supporting that car for another 10 to 30 years. So let's skip very short timelines, maybe 15, but in the long range, it could be about 40 years. So what you implement today, that will have repercussions up to 40 years in future. So you have to keep your product secure for 40 years. So you have to think, will there be a quantum computer 40 years down the line or not? You have to prepare for that. And okay, and then you say, well, I will worry about when a quantum computer comes, maybe I'll start implementing more secure solutions then. But even let's say a quantum computer comes and you decide, okay, I'm going to start implementing post-quantum secure solutions on my device. Easier said than done. We in the automobile industry, some of you who are actually security managers or working with security teams, even if you talk about the RSA algorithm, it's so difficult that knowing the algorithm, you are using the same algorithm, you just want to change the algorithm so that a little bit of the parameter, where instead of using a 1024-bit key, you want to use 2048-bit key, you have to plan for 5 to 10 years. I know at least some of my colleagues who are here, they are facing those issues. So they want to change from RSA 2048 to RSA 3072, not happening for last, I think from 2016 they have been trying to do, and something or other breaks down. Okay. So developing a completely new algorithm is going to take at least 10 years, not easy. Okay. And especially within the constraints of the automotive industry, in the embedded industry, or the IoT industry, it's going to be more difficult. It's not like the IT industry who can just change a little bit of the configuration and then they are done. Okay. So again, I'm not going to go into all the numbers that I have there. Basically, quantum computing is already becoming a reality. Even in the automotive industries, many different vendors, they are already playing around with this quantum computing and finding improvements in many different things. Bosch themselves, in my previous slide, the picture, we have already invested billions of dollars in quantum sensing technology. And we are working on that. Of course, we are also working on the post-quantum security, but that's not quantum. But the point is, not just Bosch, many other vendors, they are already investing in quantum computing to bring in more efficiencies, to bring in many other functionalities which were not easy earlier. Okay? And they are not directly all related to security, but they are still quantum computing. So that's to show you that quantum computing is real. Right? And I'm not going to cover this. Let's go. But the idea is, do we have algorithms which you can implement on your systems today and protect your system 40 years down the line? Fortunately, yes. A lot of cryptographers, a lot of mathematicians have been working on this topic for the last 45 years. And they have developed algorithms which will be fine if you use them in your systems. Okay? Even an attacker with a super duper quantum computer will not be able to break your security. So, I'm not sure of the time. We have time, right? Yeah. So this is again to tell you about the threat of the quantum computing and when quantum computers are likely. Right? So a survey was done among some quantum physicists, quantum computing guys, other guys who are experts in the field. And the question was, when do you think you will have we can have a quantum computer which can break RSA 2048 within a day? Okay. So RSA 2048 is one of the state-of-art algorithms that is used today in automotive industry. At Bosch, we have already, I told you earlier, from 2016, we had already started migrating to RSA 3072, but that has still not happened completely. But we will, maybe our DSO and ProSO, etc. are here, they can tell us how much progress has been made. But I know there are products which are going out with RSA 2048 already. Right? So, and we did this, not we, researchers did the survey, and the consensus or the majority of people, they said with a confidence more than 50% that by 2035, we are going to have a quantum computer which will be able to break RSA 2048 in a day. So this is coming from experts who work in this topic, and with a good probability, with a 50% probability, if you are shipping your product today, you cannot expect it to be secure after 12 years from now. Okay? if you are working on designing a product with the current technologies, current algorithms, it will not be secure in 2035 with a 50% probability. So in that sense, within Bosch, we are, again, this is another survey, not done by Bosch, it's from outside, but another survey, and we are taking all these surveys into account in our own strategy, etc., in our own testing, benchmarking, etc. So again, this basically says that, okay, 2037, if you are going to support your product, if you are going to care about your product after 2037, you better start preparing now. And and now we are working on such topics. We are working on developing solutions. Again, what we have done is research-wise, we have developed our own custom signature algorithms, which can be used for post-quantum authentication. Of course, I'm not going to go into the details of the algorithms right now, and I won't bore you with the details. So let me just come to the numbers. There are some numbers if you are interested to compare. Basically, the signatures that now we have for authentication, these signatures just already are way faster than ECDSA or RSA that you use. So for many applications, the efficiency part that many times you are concerned about, that is taken care of. This algorithm that we have now, these algorithms, they support this kind of a trade-off, time, space, computation trade-off very easily, flexibly. Let's say you have a RSA 2048 and that takes up 2048 bits of signature, and you want to reduce your signature size. You say, hey, I want a signature size of, let's say, 512 bits. I'm okay if my algorithm has to work a little longer. Or let's the other way around, that, hey, I'm okay with a bigger signature of RSA, but I want it to be faster. No, you cannot do that. There are many other post-quantum algorithms, like you might have heard the word lattices floating around. Not easy to change their parameters. You cannot do any trade-off with their parameters. Okay? So you are given this parameters that it will take this much time, it will take this much space, and you have to just deal with it. You can't do. Our algorithms, they allow you to do this trade-off. Also, they'll bring in another aspect of trade-off is, how many signatures do you really want to do? Okay? How many times do you want to sign? So let's talk about over-the-air updates. How many times are you going to send an update to your device? Once a month? Okay? Maybe twice a month. And if you are sending like once every day, maybe you didn't do your job very well. Especially if you are talking about cars and you are sending updates every day, something is wrong with your development team. Okay? So just on an average, we did a calculation. Let's say you want to send an update to your device once a month and 12 times a year. Okay? How many years do you want to support that vehicle? Let's say 30 years from now. How many times you will send updates? 360 updates you are going to send to your device. So why do you need a general purpose signature like RSA or a lattice-based signature that can do millions of signatures? If I can make your signature efficient just because you want to sign, let's say, 360 times, let's add some buffer. Let's say you want to have a signature that will sign only 1024. You only want to do at most 1024 signatures. This will outperform your RSA, ECDSA, etc. way much more. Okay? So it will be like 45 times more efficiency you will get, okay? Which is quite a bit, I can tell you. Okay? So basically that's what we are doing at Bosch. I have a marketplace out there where I can spend more time with you if you are interested. We are developing algorithms. In fact, now these are actually a little outdated number. We just have a result out that we even have gotten almost 35% more efficiency on this numbers. So that result is just very recent, so it's not there in my slides, but we have gotten that result and that's already out. We can talk about that if you want to talk about it. Okay? So 45% improvement on your best algorithms available now, ECDSA, DDSA, etc. And then further 35% more efficiency we have. So I won't go into the details of the algorithm, I'm sure, but yeah, I'll stop here. I think my half an hour is over. I'll take any questions if you have. Yes? somebody at the back also.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm Ajay Woodkintikar.
Hi, Ajay.
I head the practice globally for the L&T technology solutions for the automotive cybersecurity.
Hi.
I have a doctoral study in the quantum cryptography.
Yeah.
And the peculiar problem, interesting problem, which industry needs to tackle here is the infrastructure needed.
Yeah.
Because quantum cryptography is not about quantum encryption, quantum signature. It is about quantum key distribution.
Yeah.
And that's a key problem there. And it depends on the encoding done on the photon which navigates into the vacuum, and
Yes.
how the photon gun purely has the angular deviation calculated for that particular.
Yes.
Photon guns are still expensive.
Yeah.
Vacuum creation is another part.
Yep.
So, on basis of that, how much automotive industry would be able to, assimilate that kind of expense or that kind of, infrastructure setup if it has to have the automotive quantum security.
Yeah.
So, but it is about key distribution, I said. Improving
Yes.
the algorithms is one part.
Yeah.
Having the infrastructure itself to have the key distribution possible is another part. And based on which the quantum algorithms will improve themselves.
Yeah.
So that how
So,
we possibly address this?
Yes, a very good question. And I bring your attention to my second bubble, the pink bubble on the screen. When I talk about post-quantum crypto, that is not quantum crypto. That is a big confusion, and the name post-quantum looks like, okay, this is crypto after quantum comes. But this is, when we use the word post-quantum crypto, we are talking about crypto that we can use on today's device to protect us against from an attacker who will have access to quantum computer in future. So I want to protect your phone today, and it won't be a quantum algorithm. You don't need photons for that. I will just use basic mathematical algorithms, this basic software, which will run on your phone, on your smart watch, on your Bluetooth device, whatever you are using, on the tire pressure monitoring unit that is there in your tire. Okay? So it will work on your current infrastructure. So this signatures that I spoke about that we are developing, we are now benchmarking them on the actual current devices. So in that sense, we are not going into quantum computing in that sense. We are protecting ourselves from the quantum computer. Tomorrow,
So
Bhupendra will, yes.
Just use, there is a KEM, key encapsulation mechanism, which will work on the classical platform. It is as safe as the QKD. So
Yes.
your solution will be this actually.
Yeah.
Use KEM, don't use.
Yeah.
To be binary only.
Yeah, so these are all binary algorithms. We are not going to qubits. Yeah. Yeah, and because Bhupender mentioned NIST, NIST is a standards body in the United States. Many of your products will require NIST certification, FIPS certification. The good thing about the algorithms that we are using, they come from a family which is already a standard. So NIST is running a standardization competition. That competition has been going on since 2017, and the results, NIST keeps announcing some finalists, etc., and then NIST keeps changing its decision that no, this is broken. And so that standardization is just taking too long. The algorithms that I spoke about, the signature algorithm that we have created, they already comply with your NIST standards, the FIPS 140-2 compliance that you may require, or FIPS 180 something you may require. Our algorithms already comply with those requirements. So when you use our algorithm today, you don't have to worry about whether it will become a standard tomorrow or not, because it's already a standard. Okay? So that's another thing that you have. So you can use it without having to worry about the certification issue. With the NIST ones, you still have to wait. Once the standard will come, then you can start working on that. Our algorithm is already, you are done. It's ready to plug and play. So yeah. Yes.
Hi, my name is Abhishek, and I have a question for you. So my understanding is that the lattice-based cryptography is prone to physical attacks, like
Yes.
timing-based attack,
Yeah.
fault attack.
Yeah.
So how are you planning to kind of?
In fact, I can help you there. Almost every crypto system that you have, almost any security system that you have, is prone to this side channel attacks. We have Chester somewhere here, who can talk even more about that. He will be on a panel in a bit. But the point is, side channel attacks are very difficult to avoid, and your typical RSA, ECDSA, AES, any crypto algorithm that you talk about, they are prone to side channel attacks. Okay? And of course, you have to do a lot of masking, you have to put in a lot of countermeasures, and that you will have to do with this also. Okay? Another good thing, because I didn't want to go into technical details about the algorithms that we are developing, they are based on hash functions, and the security is completely based on the security of the hash function. While lattice-based crypto systems, their security is based on some mathematical problem using lattices, plus the security of the hash function. So you need to make two assumptions, that my hash function will be secure and this mathematical problem won't be broken. Like today, RSA signature, my SHA-2 is secure and nobody will be able to figure out how to factor integers. Well, quantum computer knows how to factor integers and you are broken. Let's say you are using MD5, which used to be a little older signature hash function. If you use MD5 today, your signature will be broken, right? So either if the hash function is broken, you are messed up, or if your mathematical assumption is broken, you are messed up, right? So the attacker has two ways of attacking your system. With the algorithms that we have here, it's only based on single assumption, the security of the hash function, and we are using SHA-3 as our hash function here. So you have a pretty good security. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. So, no. There is one more question. Yeah, hi.
Can you please go one slide before? Yeah, can you please talk about a discrete logarithmic problem? And because it's quite clear, every time we read about this integer factorization, that is clear. If you can just elaborate on DLP, please.
All right. How much time do I have? I have 5 minutes. Okay. So I'll explain according to the time I have. Right? All right. So in a mathematical sense, this discrete logarithmic problem has the similar complexity as the integer factorization problem. If you can do integer factorization, you can also solve DLP. That is a very high level answer. Right? Now, what is discrete log problem? Well, let's take a scenario like in our schools, we did this log tables, right? We had this, if you are given a number, let's say 100, and you are asked to find the log of 100 base 10, then the answer used to be 2 because 10 squared used to be 100. The people who are engineers here and went to computer science engineering and took some discrete mathematics classes or something like that, you know that we do a lot of work with base 2. So we do log base 2. So if 2 to the 10 is 1024, then 10 is called the base logarithm of 1024 base 2. Okay? So that is the idea of logarithm. Now given in our schools also, this logarithm was not a fun chapter. You had to take those log tables, etc. Because just if I give you and ask you what is log of 3 base 10, not an easy question to answer. Okay? So, but you can do certain computations and get that answer very quickly for real numbers. For integers, when you do this some sort of a modular arithmetic, finding this answer is not always easy. So if you are given some number and if you are asked, what is the log of this number base 2? Or what is the log of this number base some other number? It need not be always an easy way to find what is that x. So if 2 to the x is y, and let's say 2 to the x is 100, what is x? It is not an easy way to figure out what is x. Okay? So that's, in very short, this is discrete log problem. So based on this, a lot of, the whole ECC you might have heard, elliptic curve cryptography, that is based on this kind of problems, and they will completely break. Okay? So, yeah, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, very informative and interesting session. The question I have is this FOTA, options. Are these available as solutions for, the industry to kind of integrate and build on?
Right now, these solutions, we are benchmarking them within our organization. We are not even putting on our own products yet. We just developing those, and it will take a very long before we put it on our own product. Right now, we are providing consultancy to other organizations about how to prepare, how to strategize. We have one library in which we have some lattice-based authentication algorithms, which are available for you to try out. That's the only one that is available for outsiders to try out. But be very clear, it is only for you to try out. We are not guaranteeing its security yet. The one that we are also doing on the hash base, that we have not made it available to outsiders. And even within organization, we have not made it available to everybody. It's in a very nascent stage. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. And is there a timeline you're looking at for this?
Timeline, again, it will depend on a lot of factors before we make. So, but we expect that we will make our solutions available for you to benchmark by the second half of 24. So, yeah. Again, for you to just try out, not for actual implementation. That will take a lot of other work. So we're good? So thank you everyone, and thank you, and I now put myself in the hat of the organizer. We'll take a lunch break now, right? Yes. So we'll take a lunch break, and this lunch break will be for an hour, and we'll be back at 1:15. For our next panel and tech talks which are going on in the other room. I think the next tech talk will be on hands-on on Rust, I think, right? Yeah, somebody can bring up the schedule. Also, the lunch is on the second floor of the building 602. Okay, so we have a special dining room. There will be volunteers who will show you how to go there. So please head towards for lunch. And we have only 1 hour, so you may want to head soon rather than later. Yeah, thank you all, and I'll see you in about an hour. Thank you.
Okay, after the lunch break, we are going to have a panel discussion. And the discussion is about automotive security threat landscape. To moderate the panel, I would like to invite Anish. Anish has 21 plus years of experience in automotive and 2 years of experience in railroad industry. He has 1 year of experience in cybersecurity. His strengths or the skills are automotive system engineering, program and project management, and cybersecurity engineering. So Anish.
Thanks, Vishnu. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a session after the lunch, so yeah. So we initially planned to do it before lunch, but then because of the timing at the canteen, we had to do it at this time. Sorry for that. I will try to keep all of you active. Let's see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah. So first of all, let me invite the panelists. I would like to invite Mr. Vivek. He is a director with Deloitte, India, operating from Chennai. His main focus is on cyber risk practices in India. He has 15 plus years of work experience, and out of that 10 plus from the automotive industry. Before that, he was also working on retail and banking sector. He has been advising on various vehicle security aspects, industrial cyber security, including in-vehicle security, ICS, cyber security assessment and implementation, vehicle security, the list goes on. Vivek, thanks for joining in. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Srinivas Timmaya from MBRDA. the research wing of Mercedes-Benz. Please, Srinivas. So he has got 18 plus years of rich and insightful experience in the area of cybersecurity, architecture, application security, IT governance, operational excellence, and he is the influencing factor when it comes to MBIDI in terms of whether it is team or management. He is the go and getter of any cybersecurity topics from MBIDI. So Srinivas, thanks for joining in. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Chester from IIT Madras. He is an associate professor from IIT Madras. Yeah, so he's a professor from IIT Madras from last 8 to 9 years. Before that, he was a postdoctoral researcher at Columbia University in New York, and he has a PhD from IIT Kharagpur in the area of hardware security. So before joining IIT, he was also a member technical staff at CDAC, Bangalore, and his areas of interest is operating system, computer architecture, VLSI. And his interest is applying the learning algorithm and formal method to analyze security systems. That's the interest he is coming in. So thanks, Professor Chester, for joining us today. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Indraveni, Joint Director, CDAC. Thanks for joining in. So she has got 18 plus years of experience in web technologies and cybersecurity domain. She has been, really keep her motivated, self-motivated, and upskill herself regularly with a lot of certifications. Some I can name: ICMS, SANS, CISA, ICSEA. The list again goes on. She is very enthusiastic in carrying out research in ethical hacking. So we would like to hear from you again. And she had performed 3,000 plus cybersecurity audits and assessments from CDAC. It's really an honor for you to have you here, ma'am. Now, last but not least, I would like to welcome Arun Kumar VR from Bosch. Thanks for joining, Arun. So he has got over 22 years of experience, industry experience. Out of that, 18 plus in Bosch. And from the beginning, he has been one of the pillars for cybersecurity in Bosch in India. So he's also playing the role of product security officer for all of Bosch in India. And his passion is enterprise and connected security. He's also a program director for cybersecurity innovations. Bosch Cybersecurity University, consultancy, and competency development are some of his passions for cybersecurity. So from Bosch, we all go to Arun for any type of competency developments. Arun, once again, thanks for joining in. Let's start. Okay, I would like to start with the OEM perspective, right? So, question is to Mr. Srinivas. So you represent the world's premium OEM in India, right? And you come from the research wing of Mercedes-Benz. Now, our topic is automotive threat landscape. So from the OEM perspective, what are the focus areas, right? What from the automotive threat, which is kind of a keyword, buzzword, which is happening in the automotive industry now. What are the focus areas from the OEM perspective? Also, what could be the different strategies? All of us can hear from OEM perspective. What are the different strategies which OEMs are doing currently or in future? We would like to hear from you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I think be it cybersecurity or be it in asking the questions, OEM always in the target. Okay, so these are the ones who always try to see like what kind of information we can probably get. Thank you so much for the question. So before that, a small disclaimer. So all are my personal views, nothing to really correlate with my organization, just to be specific. Uh, Nevertheless, I think this is a very interesting topic for all of us. Okay, so the reason is currently when you look at the current situation, I feel really excited and also blessed kind of because we are seeing a major transformation in the automobile industry because of primarily two reasons from my side. One being we are currently moving from the IC engine to electric, okay, which is a drastic change where the organizations have built the IC engines for years and decades now. So moving into electric is definitely a major one. The second aspect is about the connected vehicles, which means like almost all the vehicles are being connected, which you can correlate in terms of the digitalization, right? Digitalization plays a major role, be it in IT or being in the automobile industry. When there's a change, definitely there are a lot of uncertainties, there are a lot of challenges, and which will also lead to a lot of threats and vulnerabilities, which you can also foresee. And automobile industry is no different. Okay, so again, like we are getting connected, it can be through cloud or you wanted to call about the ECUs and so forth. Automobile industry is one of the current focus areas from the cybersecurity space. But there's also a standard say, which is probably you can also Google it, which says if you want to build a standard e-vehicle, okay, it would need around 100 millions of lines of codes, okay, which technically means like now everything is software. And there are two important phrases which you have already heard or probably will also hear. One is they say software is hitting the hardware, okay, which means like now everything is connected. You have your infotainment systems, you have your the functionalities on the vehicle. It can be on through cloud or it can be any means of the way it is being connected. The second important phrase is about the data centers on wheels, okay, which technically means like now you have your applications, the infrastructure part, the data part, everything is some way or the other is getting connected to the vehicle, okay. These are predominantly the main two reasons why you will see a drastic change in how the entire industry is moving towards. Coming back to the cybersecurity perspective, right? From my standpoint, the vulnerabilities or the threats which you see from the current industry practices will never change. Okay, the reason is like, for example, in the current IT industry, you will see a brute force attack, which is currently happening on your infrastructure or an application, which will not really go off when you are moving into it. It will rather increase because all your vehicles are being connected. You need all your services which are being also communicating with your backend systems, which will predominantly still there. The second, the common one is about the phishing, right? So when you are also getting used to the luxury of getting everything over a click, okay? So this will definitely lead in a way that your systems are compromised. And yesterday I was reading a news which unfortunately it was again the Mercedes one. In one of the cities in Bangalore, they have actually duped the owner to take their vehicle for a service, and they also sold it in a black market. Okay, so phishing is a way which can probably happen over an awareness topic, or it can be the technical side. The most important thing from the electric mobility side, right? So when we are really focusing on the charging stations, okay, so which means like you have a lot of ECUs which are being also configured on your vehicles. And let's take an example, like if you wanted to see like what is the current status of my battery, okay, and if those things are not really giving appropriate information, you will end up landing somewhere in the desert or somewhere in the middle. What will happen if you assume like you're trying to also look for a stations, okay, where you will charge? What will happen if you're also trying to charge your vehicle? Say what kind of data you're transmitting to the stations? Okay, are we also clear about that? So what will happen if those data are being misused by a malicious user? The whole set of new threats or vulnerabilities will definitely pop up during this phase. And I'm also clear the existing ones will not fade off, which means there will be a massive change. There'll be a massive increase in the overall threat landscape for the automobile industry. So how do we really address that? I think we know the challenges part, but from my perspective, I always follow this PPT. This is not the Microsoft PPT, but I always feel like the people, the process and technology plays a major role. Because you cannot really have a one silver bullet to solve this. You definitely have to look at a holistic way in order to ensure like all the gaps are addressed, coming from your technical aspects where you look at, for example, in encryption, when you really transmit the data between your vehicle and your backend system, which is in the cloud or wherever it is. From the process standpoint, I think in the morning also like discussed about like how do we ensure the process is being really established in a secure way where there is no loopholes, because we are moving towards mobility. And the third important about the awareness, as I mentioned about the awareness, it can be at the end user level or it can be at the organization which are really building those complex systems which will change the way the mobility will be looked after in a couple of years. So these are my couple of points on my side.
Thanks, Mr. Srinivas. I think the keyword for us is PPT, people, process, and technologies, which all of us can take home. Yeah, thanks for that insightful words in terms of different threats, what we are looking at, and the strategies, right? And maybe questions to Mr. Vivek. Mr. Srinivas was talking about how the automotive industry is transforming and how it is getting connected. So connected vehicle is the norm of future, right? So coming from the pioneer in IT security from Deloitte, how do you prepare the entire automotive ecosystem to be safe? Few words from your side.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Manish. And I think well started by Srinivas into insights into vehicle cyber. So let me start from, there are three major aspects what we see. One is the vehicle, connected vehicle and the cyber security around connected vehicles. Then there is a factory, then connected factory and its ecosystem. And third important aspect is supply chain, dealer network, security around it, right? So the threat landscape is like now it's largely getting expanded with all this connectivity. Firstly, let me focus on OT area, where most of the companies are getting into automation or digitalization and Industry 4.0. These are some of the terms that we use. And earlier people used to say, if I have a firewall in factory, I'm all safe, right? So it used to be that way. And but now most of the factories and all those are opening up, they are getting connected, they are also moving towards cloud. And with that, there are a lot of new threats which is coming up, right? Recently, also 2 years back, there was an article on scary thing, but in Kudankulam power plant, there was a security incident. And then think something catastrophic, right? It is something happens over there, right? So it is very important in today's connected world, which we are living in. And it is already part of our daily life. It's not only part of auto. While we are using a mobile phone, it's connected. While we are walking on the road, we are in the connected ecosystem or infrastructure. While we are traveling, maybe in a metro or a car, it's connected. Even at home, maybe we have a smart home, or at office, we have a smart office. So we are already in a connected ecosystem. And the first point to start with is focusing on this industrial control system, OT security, and we need to first identify what are the assets that we are protecting, and also make sure like we identify the threats, possible threats for these assets. It's all basics, but still it is relevant. We identify the threats and then also we put some baseline protection. Now comes the second layer, which is now we are moving towards digitization, Industry 4.0. What do we do? Right now, OEMs are connecting with tier 1, tier 2. They are all having application to application connectivity, machine to machine connectivity. So how do we, security becomes an enabler for all this, right? So three major areas. One, security, secure identity. So we need to make sure that we give a secure identity and a trusted network is built in the overall. And second, secure communication. So we all agree there is a common protocol, and then we make sure that suppose Bosch wants to communicate with Mercedes, not human to human, but application to application or machine to machine. There is a trusted ecosystem, and then also trusted protocol which establishes that. And finally, the ecosystem as well, right? So there are many regulations, maybe India specific regulation, European specific regulation, and then we also need to ensure that ecosystem is also taken care. So once this is done, I think we are putting a foundation in place for the secure transformation in OT area. Quickly moving to vehicle side, what I see majorly is now, as Srinivas rightly said, it's becoming more and more software and algorithm. Why all this is happening is because as an user, I'm demanding more. I want my car with so many features, right? Phone, so many, it almost become like my mobile phone now. Earlier we used to ask for so many features. Now cars, we are demanding, users are demanding more, so many features. And so that's why it's becoming millions of codes. And how do we ensure the protection? There is a ISO 21434 framework, and so we need to adopt some of this framework. Make sure that from security is taken care from the design. We do a TARA in initial stage, and then we also develop a verification and validation framework where proper verification and validation happens. And once all this is done, of course, the OTA sums. How do we ensure that this OTA or photo or some, all those updates are taken care in a secure manner, where PKI plays a major role in establishing the security. And right from vehicle and then back-end cloud, and then vehicle to the charging infrastructure now. So we also have electric vehicles and chargers where maybe charging infrastructure need not be consistent. It can be a private player or it can be a OEM provided, right? How do I ensure that this particular transactions and everything is secure? So that is where regulations comes in. The newly, it is being drafted. So AIS 189, AIS 190, all those is addressing these issues, and I'm sure very soon it will be there, the final version. And finally, on the supply chain security, how do we handle the entire supplier security aspects and dealer network? Like, these are the main things that is becoming of more interest to us with this changing threat landscape. This is what we also see in the market.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that very insightful, covering complete life cycle of the process. Thanks for that details, Vivek. Moving forward, my next question would be to Ms. Interveni. We heard about from the OEM side, and from Vivek, he was also talking about how the entire life cycle is getting covered from the security aspect. I wanted to be a little specific to you. When it comes to, when it comes to vehicle communication, right? That's a buzzword again when we talk about connected vehicle. Yeah? Vehicle communication. It can be within the vehicle or vehicle to V2I or V2X, whatever you call it as. From CDAC, I know you are doing a lot of research and development work in these areas. So we would like to hear from you specifically on these areas. How prepared are we in terms of looking at threats which is coming from vehicle communication, and maybe some best practices which you would have come across?
Sure. Thank you, Anish. So basically, like all the other panel members have already mentioned, various threats are there. The vehicles which are now on the roads, they're actually open to sky today. They're all talking to the clouds. Open to sky means, I mean the cloud. Lots of data, whatever the communications we are doing, connected cars, or I should say autonomous cars. Car is talking to another car. Like he said, it is a mobile with wheels. So every threat that is there to our mobile device is equally possible. Additionally, the impact is much more higher because here the lives are there. And the communication systems, rather all other threats are already been discussed since morning. So I just wanted to emphasize on the other side of this particular threat aspect, where the connected cars are talking a lot to the cloud systems, where there are a lot of solutions hosted, lot of data getting generated. One is over there flashing, software update, firmware update is definitely coming from cloud. And the necessary checks are being put, integrity checks and all, security design, secure by design and all are being thought of. However, if there is a threat happening in these cloud environments, hosted infrastructures, there are already cases where incidents were there with respect to bypassing the integrity check of the firmware update has been done by the hacker, wherein he was able to stop the actual update. He didn't introduce a malicious firmware, but he stopped the firmware to get updated. So such incidents are happening because of the cloud-based solutions having vulnerabilities, basically. And the data, second most important thing. Yes, the systems are generating data, and this data is all stored in cloud in a central location. The moment this data is being gone into the malicious actors, this data is being affecting a lot in sensitive information of a customer. It's not about the OEM or something. Brand of the OEM will much more affect if the customer's data is being lost. If the OEM has a fault, the firmware has a fault, they just call back the car and they will fix and they will revert back. But what is happening if the customer data is lost? So that's where current scenarios are happening. And unfortunately, the cyber underground forums, that is the dark webs, there are lots of leaks. Since 2020, I was looking into various things where a leak on the keys, the sensitive keys which the automakers and the car manufacturers utilize, those keys are also sold out by the vectors. The people are trying to sell the credentials of the systems. There is an incident in Northern European OEM where the administrative privileges has been misused because of a vulnerability in the IoT software application and telematic service provider. So these service providers, they use third-party applications and all. There are vulnerabilities in that. They also maintain a lot of data. So those vulnerabilities have created an exploit to an extent that they were able to directly access the sensitive data of the users, customers, about the complete movement of their vehicles, when and all they have moved, where and all they have gone and all. That's purely a privacy information. And today, being the Data Protection Act also coming in, I think the Data Protection Act related information should also be applicable to automotive, because automotive is also going to deal with a lot of sensitive information about individuals, and they have to take care about that particular personal data. And coming to the best practices perspective, so since already so many things are being spoke since morning about VA, vulnerability assessment, penetration testings, secure by design, lot many things. It's very good that automotive industry is incorporating security in all of these aspects. But I feel that there should also be an additional thing in terms of doing a third-party review. What I have seen in various articles that are published by automotive industries are, they are doing vulnerability assessment, penetration testings, but it's done by in-house. Are you giving them to the externals? Are you giving them for a third-party reviews? Because it's not that third-party review is mandated. That will actually help us to look into the problems in a different way. And third party is incorporated because I see there are so many, I have to say, bug bounties. Whenever there is a new model coming up, definitely OEMs are releasing and telling hackers to come in and start working on it. But that will only give an information from a black box point of view. But a third party review doing it as a gray boxer, in the sense, you are following a secure design as an OEM, or we are trying to incorporate some security features. Given that we explain these security features to the tester, and tell him to look into the different aspects of exploiting it. So knowing the design and then tricking the threat perspectives of that will give us definitely a different understanding in what other possible vulnerabilities can be there. Now in case of bug bounty, what happens? People try to definitely intrude into what all he know. Canvas is there or a telematic software is there. They do it, but if you incorporated some new security design which is not known, how do we know the gaps in that security design? Because the black box penetration testing team, they won't be knowing in detail about how you have done. So probably by giving an understanding, this is my security implementation, is it done in the right way or not? That assessment, if it is done by third party, it would definitely help us, is what is I believe personally. And also today, the data hackers are not hacking the systems to create a physical damage. They are not intending to kill somebody or damage a system or damage an OEM. They are majorly behind the data because data is giving money. All right, so in dark webs, the data is being sold because of, for money only. They take a vulnerability of a website and that data has been fetched out and they sell it for money. So finally, data is what that matters in the later point of time. So we need to secure it. So centrally storing all of this data is going to give us a bigger problem in the future case where one simple hack on that particular central system can reveal out all the data. So I believe that the automotive should also think about decentralized data storage, probably a blockchain kind of an environment, where it will help us to decentralizing way host the data, and it should be permissioned always, so that only the data which is needed. For example, two cars are talking, what data I have to give to that car, that should be given in a permissioned way, instead of giving everything and then they pick up what they want. So that way, I think a lot of things should be coming, would definitely improve much more, because tomorrow in India, definitely not much in connected cars, but down the line, there would be definitely many more. So automotive domain, if it is thinking in that perspective, it will be good, I feel. That's
Thanks,
from me.
thanks. Thanks a lot, Ms. Indramani. On a lighter side, I hope that the IoT device was not from Bosch. Right? Thank you. Okay. Now, maybe I wanted to take a couple of questions from the audience. Should I take now, Vishnu, or at the end? Okay, thanks. Now, Professor Chester, in line with what Ms. Indraveni was talking about, if you look at the attackers, they are having the high-end technology with them. So, the way the technology grows, they also have access to the technology. So from coming from the academics and leading a lot of research, from the research perspective, in terms of cybersecurity as a whole, or specific to automotive, what are the different problem statements which you think are relevant now, or maybe something which you are already working on? Could you please throw us some light from the research perspective?
Yeah, thanks. So specifically, there are two things, right, you mentioned. The first is what currently we've been working on in the auto sector, and second, the future as well, right? So, so one thing, at least we are in academics, so we don't have, we are not like the OEMs, we don't have our necks in the noose. So we can actually look a bit more futuristic, we can innovate. So one aspect that we essentially look for is the aspect of enhancing the security at the hardware level. So for example, containers is something which is very often used in embedded or automotive in particular, or in any of these systems. And what we want to do is, or what we are trying to do is move this container support right into the hardware. So the hardware could essentially recognize containers, would decide whether, which parts of the code to isolate. So doing this, we get much more benefits, almost zero code, because everything is pushed into the hardware. And the ecosystem that we have, especially with the open source RISC-V processors, helps us to essentially innovate with these aspects. Right? So another direction is with the tools, right? So like the industry uses standard VAPT tools, but we also have the ability to innovate and try to build our own tools using techniques like AI, for instance, right, which we hope would give us a better coverage of the code, able to essentially deduce the vulnerabilities and so on. Right, so these two things, these two areas specifically, the design of secure systems with a focus of hardware-centric approach, it would require to make trade-offs between the amount of security you want, the amount of performance versus the area overheads and energy overheads. So this is one aspect that we are looking at. And the other aspect is the tools, right? So the way we essentially go about it is we look at least we try to deduce what the future holds, and based on how far we look into the future, we could essentially deduce or create problem statements, right? So the problem statements could be like Vishal mentioned something about post-quantum, and we don't really know when the quantum computer is strong enough to break, let's say, an RSA or elliptic curve, but it's time to essentially get prepared. And all of these initiatives essentially started from the academics, right? So in a very similar way, at least from where I see the automotive, it's going towards the multi-core platforms, right? And when we look at multi-core, there is also the requirement that you now have different programs which are kind of sharing these multi-core, these cores, different cores present in the multi-core platforms. And due to this, there is a lot of sharing that essentially happens. Now, when there's sharing, there's always an increased security threat, right? And now we need to essentially build tools to not just reduce if there are vulnerabilities in the code, but also indirect vulnerabilities or vulnerabilities that could, where one program could affect another program just because they're sharing hardware. So these kind of things are something which we envision maybe is required a few years down the line, and then we essentially work towards that. The other aspects is more from a want or a need that we essentially have right away, like for instance the post-quantum crypto that is essentially needed. So we do require accelerators for this. We also require these accelerators to be protected against various attacks, like side channel attacks or fault injection attacks. And ideally, we want to essentially formally verify these things, right? So if you formally verify that a specific accelerator, especially a crypto accelerator, is free of vulnerabilities, then you can essentially be guaranteed. You don't need to spend your time and money validating it. So formal verification has a lot of benefits, but it does come with a lot of overheads as well, and not easily scalable. So how we essentially use these formal verification tools to specifically for security assessment is something which I think very soon the industry would essentially adopt, or hopefully would adopt, for a much more secure world.
Yeah, I think we can link to the point what you were mentioning about having a third-party assessment. Yeah, so that exactly is my point also. Like, you are the backbone for us, where you support us in terms of coming up with this new concepts, new research areas, new tool sets. So that's the way you are the backbone, I would say, from the industry perspective. I think there is a time symbol I'm getting. So I don't quickly, you heard about OEM perspective, you heard about from Deloitte, you heard about from academia, you heard from CDAC. So from Bosch perspective, yeah, could you share us some of the best practices when it comes to automotive threat landscape? What could be the best practices which can be, shared among us?
Yeah, thanks, Anish, and also thanks to my co-panelists, because your question, whatever you're asking, more or less they answered it. So that way. But and also, if I look at as a tier 1 supplier, we used to engage with the different types of OEMs. There are some OEMs like MBIDA. They have well-defined structure, well-defined security expectations. Everything is there. Those kind of situations we can directly focus on the components what we develop. But there are some other kind of OEMs. They expect a little bit more from our side in terms of preparing security requirement for them. And also, even sometimes they expect to set up or establish security practices for them, like even supporting them to come up with a type approval. So those, to address the various type of OEMs requirement, we have to have a multi-layer approach. So maybe I'll touch upon 2-3 points. One is we used to come with a product security baseline. I will give a short example what exactly product security baseline, what we mean. Normally, whenever we talk about safety or security, for OEMs, major concern is liability. Correct. So that means first thing is they have to they have to manage liability. Correct. For that, they have to be in line with the regulations, complaints, standards, industry practice, everything. And also they have some kind of organization policies. So we capture everything and build a product security baseline. Okay, so that at minimum level, we can address their concerns for the industry or OEMs. That's the first thing. But that is not enough, right? So on top of that, we have another strategic team, product security strategic team. The objective of strategic team is to understand industry need, not only the current state of the art, whatever is coming, technology advancement. Simply speaking, we need to fit the divisions or whatever the OEM needs to future ready, simply speaking, so that we collect all those information and make that all divisions aware what is happening, and also synergize between these divisions, and also even engage with the OEMs, understand their requirement. So that is second topic. The third is on, we have another division called PSIT, Product Security Incident Response Team. So there, it's mostly on the security monitoring and also coming into vulnerability management. And also this PSIT team is not just doing the monitoring or vulnerability management kind of thing. They used to engage with industry, try to understand what are the threat landscape, what are the new vulnerabilities are coming. Yes, of course, we engage with, we get data from NVIDIA and all. On top of that, so we do CTI, cyber threat intelligence. Through that, we identify whatever the potential vulnerabilities and then collect into a database, and this will be passed across the divisions and also OEMs. That is the third thing. Yes, of course, and also we do fire drill. That is also important. It's not just like we will wait for incident and respond. Correct. On top of that, sometimes, yes, we should be ready that if in case an incident happen, how are we going to respond it, right? So that we used to do fire drill. Once in 6 months we used to do it. The last thing, I don't think I need to explain more, like governance. That means we have well-defined security practice. We used to call it a security engineering process. So that is in line with the 21434. So simply speaking, secure by design, right from requirement, security concept preparation, implementation, validation, and then security monitoring, vulnerability management, incident response, change management, until decommission. So this is the entire practice. I don't think I need to explain that more because we discussed morning, and also Srinivas explained in detail how best we can do this secure by design. So these are the 4 different aspects we can address to ensure that we at least manage this threat landscape. As Srinivas mentioned, there is no one single silver bullet to address all those things. And it is not just one practice alone. We have to involve multiple stakeholders. That is also important. It is not only the security consultant or security engineers or something like that. We need to involve the engineering team. We need to involve the suppliers, OEMs, even consumers, and also other stakeholders within the organization. Then only we can ensure that this threat landscape is addressed. On top of that, we have different other teams like tooling team, security platform team, and also who is building DevSecOps. That is another practice what we have to do it. So like that, we have to have multiple stakeholders, multiple process, multiple tools, and at the same time, we should be aware about what is happening in the industry.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Arun. Thanks the viewpoint from the Bosch side also. Yeah, I would like to get at least 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yeah? Any questions? Can you hand over the mic, please?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for an interesting discussion. I have a question to Mr. Vivek on the SOTA and the FOTA update and the use of PKI. Can you dive a bit more into how all those things can be secured a bit? And second is on if someone has an access to the vehicle through the OBD port or other things, what are the ways in which data stored in the embedded system can be extracted, and how do we build security mechanisms so that is not the case? So any insights on that? Thank you.
Okay, so firstly on the FOTA or ROTA, right? So we have to make sure that the entire pipeline, right from the just we start doing from Tara, or we start developing the code, and how well it is tested, the verification validation part, and how well the PKI is implemented, where there is a proper secure communication is established between the vehicle and also the vehicle backend. So problem is there are millions of, there's going to be millions of vehicles, right? So, and also this tokens or the certificates also you may set it for like 10 years or 15 years based on the vehicle life. But that is also a challenge. How do we revoke this certificate? So the entire life cycle of this architecture needs to be in place. So right from establishing the secure communication from the day, like if it's, for example, Bosch is supplying, then how it is the crypto chip is in place within the IoT device, and then the OEMs is onboarding, and from there to it is getting inside the vehicle. And coming to the second question on there are some of the standards also which you can apply. For example, there is R156, which is also regulation which talks about sums, and there is AIS 190 which is coming up. It's also similar. And second question on the vehicle side is that there are a lot of new security aspects, like in-vehicle communication is being monitored for any threats. And there is also concept of gateway or in-vehicle firewall, which also helps. And there is a lot of emphasis on having a encrypted communication within in-vehicle communications also, communication within the ECUs. So these are some of the things, and there are many solutions available in the market which supports all this. And so if someone wants to add further, they can.
Thank you, Vivek. Yeah, last question.
Hi, so going back to encrypting communications within the car, as we know, CAN was never meant to be secure, it's inherently insecure, and given that there have been new attack vectors like CAN injection focused on some cars, do you think there's going to be a revision within CAN to encrypt everything with CAN FD, or how do you guys think it would be possible to mitigate such attacks in the future? Thank you.
Yeah. Who want to take the question?
I can do. So this is, I think, one of the major questions we also see in the consulting world, right? So whether do I encrypt everything, then the operation becomes very costly, and then you have a lot of latency and transactions become costly, right? So we have to make sure the architecture is in such place that whatever is critical and which needs to be protected, it's encrypted. And we have a proper gateway firewall in place. And whatever is maybe need not be encrypted, maybe it is just an interface, or which is need not be encrypted. Some of the ECUs need not be encrypted. You don't have to. You can start from here and then proceed further.
Just adding to that, right? So there are a whole series of lightweight crypto techniques specifically meant for systems like this where latency is a bottleneck. So, if you compare with standards such as AES, that definitely is not the best choice for you for encrypting CAN. But there are alternatives. For example, Prince is a much more newer cipher with significantly more latency, reduced latencies compared to that of AES. So these things could actually be an option as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So thanks for the questions, and thanks for the active participation. Thanks for being panelists today. It was really good to hear from all of you from various perspectives, various viewpoints. Once again, thanks from DSCI and Bosch for joining in today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, panelist. Thank you, panelist. And thanks, Anish. Nevertheless, next in the agenda is a master class, and the master class is on automotive supply chain security. And to deliver the master class, may I invite Dr. Rani Mukherjee, who is a country head with Cyrus Consulting. She has 20 plus years of experience in product assurance, reliability engineering, functional and software safety, quality, delivery, and client management. Dr. Rani Mukherjee.
Hi. Nice to be here. I was in Bosch till January of 2023. Nice to see a lot of people here, known faces. Yeah, feeling good and sometimes feeling weird because all the campus, every corner of the campus is known. Yeah. I come from a company called as Cyrus Consulting. It's a cybersecurity company, Munich-based company. We are mainly on the cybersecurity and also a package of functional safety system engineering support we do. So a little bit I would like to today from, I think since morning, I'm seeing that most of you must be going through technically deep sessions. So I don't want to take you post-lunch. Of course, you had one session, but post-lunch, technically deep session, I will take a little bit away from the technical or, lot of new jargons, quantum computing, lot of things away from it. And let us go to the ground, what is happening at the project level. So where are we from the cybersecurity implementation point of view? And so what is that I can say in Cyrus Consulting, we are helping a lot of or different kinds of automotive supply chain, starting from OEM to tier N. So when I say tier N, I have seen the companies who are completely new entrant to the automotive market, or most of them are also from the commercial side and they entered into the automotive side. In case of connected cars or autonomous driving, EVs, so a lot of outsiders who are not a typical automotive players are in the market. So when we are working with them, so what is that we have observed? So not only with them, of course, not in the software suppliers, including OEMs, tier 1s, and there are many tier 1s who are previously supplying the small software component or hardware component are also in the market. So now they are first time as a tier 1s. So what is that the typical certain things that we have observed when we are helping their projects to achieve cybersecurity? So when we reflect our experience with these companies, we try to summarize 7 must-have prerequisites. 7 must-have prerequisites that many of these companies, of course I am not targeting or pointing out the Bosch or MBRDI who are all quite strong in process-oriented approaches or best practices, guidelines, but globally what companies that we have worked with the OEMs and tier 1s, of course including mediocre companies, this is what we can say that we can summarize as a best practices or lessons learned, I can say, which is related to management and engineering. So we are seeing a lot of research companies, lot of organizations engaged in, lot of research on the technical features, technical content. But when it comes to actual implementation in the ground, in the projects, when the products which are going into the market, how vulnerabilities are seeping into their products and going into tier 1s, OEMs, because now OEMs are not only depending on the tier 1s, there are ample and enormous tier 2, tier 3 software vendors are with the OEMs, and most of them are OEM funded companies. So what are these must-have practices that we observed in almost all companies? Unclear assignment of responsibilities. I can say unclear because, say for example, a simple example in case of key management systems. So there is a cryptographic material which have been created by the OEM, distributed across the supply chain, and there is a storage. So now the whole lot of process which happens in the key management systems, which creates passwords, keys, certificates. So now the OEM, when they distributed their responsibilities down the lane to the other suppliers. So a lot of question comes, who is responsible for investing the money, how the cost comes. So a lot of discussion which happens in each of these various layers of the supply chain. So end of the day, it is getting into the cost and the responsibility for product liability if something happens in the safety side. So a lot of these things, and nobody knows who is what. Of course, end of the day, OEM is responsible for homologation. They have to be clear with the regulatory bodies. But when it comes to down the lane or bottom up or top down, the various responsibilities are a lot more unclear. Everybody is struggling with the responsibility sharing. So, and most of the companies, management, of course, we can say that everybody knows what to do, everybody knows the way, but very few of them are walking the way. So that is that the implementation level or the systematic approach or structural approach, very few companies are following. So, and most of it in the project level, we see the isolated and disconnected approaches. One cybersecurity engineer is sitting with the project and struggling to, implement or achieve the complete product cybersecurity requirements. So insufficiently developed processes in most of, I'm talking about the global scenarios, because at this moment we are not in the local market, but in the global scenario, Europe and North America, this is what the scenario in the global market. Of course, global anchoring in the organization, even though they know it, there is a lot of threat scenarios, they have to mitigate it, but the investment in the organization is, or, the responsibilities in the organization is still lacking. And there is, of course, we always say that whether safety or security is not one-man show. It is a complete, all the engineers are part of it, planning and implementation. And poorly assigned roles. So roles are very poorly assigned. So engineers in isolation, cybersecurity engineers, experts in isolation, they work, and of course, most of the time they left out of the typical development, chain. So they were completely isolated. Of course, this is my experience with other topics also, like special topics like safety and security. Engineers completely out of the regular development team. So this is what we summarize in as a 7 must-haves in every organization. So of course, if you see a lot of OEMs and tier ones, they have their own challenges. So what challenges they have today is a lot of pressure. Of course, everybody knows, as I mentioned, everybody knows what to do. Everybody knows they have to walk the way. So that is, they knows that they have to comply to the regulation. Now regulation is there, process is there. So everything is available for the automotive supply chain. So what they have to do, the complete process is in front of them. And lot of demand, lot of pressure in securing the data, a lot of pressure in product liability risk, because again here, nobody knows who is liable for what, in which phases of the development, or in which phases of the homologation, or which phases of the cybersecurity activities, who should be responsible for what activities, specifically comes to safety. So this is also very unclear that what we contact or how we execute the projects with these customers, that automotive supply chain, this is what we see. So the challenges for them is, of course, cost. The cost, all of them, that is the major thing to decide on, that how much to be invested, on the resources, on the infrastructure, on the V&V. So the lot of struggle is going on with the security cost, missing know-how, competence. Of course, it is very nice to see a lot of cybersecurity experts in one place, but when we go to the actual projects, so we really see functional safety engineer has been moved to the cybersecurity, or software architect has been moved to the cybersecurity, or system engineer itself is doing some cybersecurity activities. So actual scenario is completely different, whom we communicate and contact. So that's how now the most of the organization, these vendors are looking for more on a third-party suppliers. So of course, you know, even though we talk so much technical stuffs on the cyber security, still unavailability of these features, hardware and software security features, are also extremely challenging. So zero-day vectors through hardware and software weakness is another biggest challenges that how to handle this that all the supply chain is facing. So incident response is an overhead. Of course, in ISMS it is a well-established process, but in the CSMS it is still to be established. So this is an extremely challenging, and of course if you see nowadays development will not happen at one place. Enormous number of vendors or suppliers, even the smallest software components are supplied by these vendors. So this is supply chain, large number of, so managing the supply chain itself is a very difficult, say for example, in case of key management system, enormous passwords, enormous keys, enormous certificates have been generated. So how to manage this whole lot of, you know, certificates in the key management system itself requires a huge process and infrastructure. So the first point, what we see, what we experienced is most of the, when we approach management in terms of working out for the cost and other reasons, the first question it comes is, we have a well-established ISMS. Is this not sufficient? When it comes to CSMS, we may require little more process to be upgraded. So how much it costs? So we have very little reserved budget for this cyber security because we already have a ISMS. Take the ISMS processes and achieve the CSMS. So we always said no. 27K is nothing to do with the effort required for achieving cyber security requirements in the car. So this is always we had multiple arguments and discussion. So we always had to show this. We always had to show the management, executive management in every company that what is that additionally we have to do, or what is that it is different from the information security or IT security. So even though we say a lot of threat scenarios or attack surfaces in the automotive is completely different from ISMS, still we never disappoint these companies because we also have worked on that. What are the synergies and differences? So what is that we can share? We said company policies, tools and processes for incident management systems, communication plans, software update management, and public data resources, awareness and training. So these are the only commonalities we can make use of from the ISMS, and remaining vehicle security and IT security completely goes in a different path. So this is the convincing we had to do every time when we meet the top management of the company that how are we going to implement cyber security. So the second point, I can say the quality management system. As I mentioned, many customers that we also have met, say for example, in case of LiDAR systems, in case of autonomous software components, AI components. So what we saw is most of them are coming from the consumer background. So most of the customers also say that they have in the hardware side, in the ECU development, they have not even used automotive grade components in the development of the ECU. That is the situation on the ground. That is, they have not used automotive components and they are asking us how can we take it for the homologation without using the automotive grade components. So there are a lot of questions we have to face and we have to provide a solution. So quality is the biggest risk. So the many people who also have a gaps in cyber security also have a gap in the quality management systems. So until there is a solid documented background of the processes or process landscape exists in the company for the special topics like safety and cyber security in the automotive world, extremely difficult to achieve. So there are processes that all the special topics, so I always, wherever I talk, even on the safety or security or reliability, none of this can go out of the box. I mean, out of the typical development team or development life cycle. So because many times we see these topics go in a different path not in the typical development gates. So either end of the development, mid of the development, suddenly some customer is asking or some audits are going on, they will come to us and ask cybersecurity compliance, functional safety compliance. This is the typical scenario. Many of these, I'm still talking about the European clients because they are more stringent in terms of regulation. Still they are evolving or they are adjusting to the baseline process which needs to be there, whether ASPICE process or any base process. So the well-documented process or process landscape is extremely important to achieve cybersecurity and functional safety. So we had to finally start developing templates, processes, complete processes, checklist or various other things to the customers. When we go for technical, you can say support, but we also end up in performing the process related development, including quality, safety and security. So the third important point is strategic implementation instead of island-like patchwork. Because when I'm talking from the project point of view, when we go into the project, so most of us know that in the organization, either we will be one part of this island or one piece or a small boat in the island. That means that cybersecurity engineer will be isolated. Some roles and responsibility would have been given in the software development as a cybersecurity engineer. And there is already secure booting, secure diagnostic, code is already available. His job is to integrate. So it misses the holistic structure and processes in the project implementation. So we can say that we found that the organization is missing the important quality processes and the structure and the required, a flow along with the other development processes. Because if there is a requirements management, cybersecurity, safety, this also should go hand in hand with the requirements management. But the security engineer will be working in isolation and the safety engineer will be working in isolation. So once, when somebody gets up and asks where is the cybersecurity work products, then the engineer will come in. So the whole process, cybersecurity, should be integrated into the overall process landscape and it should go hand in hand with the development. So this is what we try to help and train the OEMs and various supply chain. The fourth important point is the support from the management. Even though middle-level management or low-level management knows that what to do and how to do, but there should be budget available in the organization. So recently I was talking to one of the Indian OEM, and OEM was telling this year we have kept some budget for safety and security, some budget for safety and security. So that means there is a nil at this moment, and they have built a team, they had engineers, but accidentally, because the management was not enough focused on these topics, all of them left. They had to start all together, completely new team, completely new engineers they have to pick up, and because there is no processes, there is no engineer, there is no competency, there is no budget, top management never focused on these topics. Only when they want to go global, then they realized, okay, they have to do this, they have to take it up. So that is the situation here, but I am talking about the global. Global with the many value chain, this is what the situation. So there is a, acknowledging the risk and mitigating the risk. If the management understands this, so then a lot of things will fall into places and cybersecurity policies in the organization will be set up. So many companies that we see is convincing customers to come out with the policies and having the enough policy, rules, responsibilities and resources, quality management system, cybersecurity processes integrated into the quality management system. So we had to, completely migrate from our technical development to the process development hand in hand in these organizations. So the fifth point I can say that is our experience is there is a lack of structural approach to the cybersecurity. Of course, there is a terra analysis has to be done in the project. In the one project, terra analysis will be done. And another project, again, another engineer will come and then there is again, they start from the scratch for doing something. So if there is a structural approach, and if it is reused, a lot of effort also would have been reduced in these companies. So what we see here is defined structure between organizational and project-specific cyber security. So we have very clear processes which is available in 21434 and very clear regulatory requirements in the CSMS is available in 155. So still a lot of companies are struggling to step into this. So this is, it has to come out with the both, organizational and project level processes, and so this will also help them to reduce the effort. And of course, there are other, as I mentioned, there are other processes which exist, templates. Say for example, when we are doing item definition for cybersecurity, and we also do along with the functional safety. So both functional safety engineer and the cybersecurity engineer, some of the documents is 21434 compliance to ISO 26262. So they can easily adopt some of the processes from the neighboring disciplines. So there are enormous public resources available, so that should be used in each of these companies. So sixth one, I can say roles and responsibilities. So of course, every organization have to set up the central, team, which is, different from project level. So why? Because there are so many best practices which needs to be shared across the project, across the product line. So there comes in the very important that the central organization has to be established in the companies. So of course we try to, convince many of the suppliers or the value chain to establish the, organization level teams. Of course, this also comes with the budget. So most of the time that what we faced was the cost. Yeah, so finally, I would like to say, as I mentioned, it is not one engineer's job. Cybersecurity is responsibility of all the engineers. So all the development engineers, it should go hand in hand parallelly with the development activities. So since cybersecurity is unlike if I have developed and forgotten, it is from cradle to grave. So the whole cybersecurity activity has to be well coordinated across the supply chain. Yeah, so I will, I think my time is over. So this is the company consulting, Cyrus Consulting portfolio. So we do have this book, 21434 has been rewritten with the help of, with the, permission from ISO. So it has been instructed, or the detailed instruction has been given how to use this and what controls are available, how to do TARA. So the complete 21434 has been reproduced with the more detailed and more explanation, more process and templates and checklists. So anybody is wishing to have this, they can contact us, so we can provide you this book. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, I think we can catch up during tea break. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. Second presenter for the topic is Mr. Shripad Kani. He has 22 years of experience in automotive industry. He is our ex-Bosch colleague. He was in Bosch with the powertrain, and then he joined Delphi. Altogether 15 years in Bosch and Delphi. For last 8+ years, he is in Vector, handling the testing solutions. So all testing products are his babies. So let me invite Mr. Shripad Kani to the stage.
Thank you. They are not my babies, because when I was 10 years old, the first tool came out, so I can't produce any babies that time. Okay, first things first, so I represent Vector. Some of you already might know, but for others, we are a Stuttgart-based company, 35-year-old, and one of the co-inventor of CAN protocol. Started this company with a few friends, and here we are today. So I kept on thinking, what exactly is supply chain security? Initially, when I got first mail from Teja and team, supply chain and I'm supposed to talk, what kind of supply chain? Is it Amazon, Flipkart, whatnot? Then I realized supply chain doesn't need to be like that. It can be something different. Again, you can read these things. There is no point in repeating this. I repeat my own experience. I was at a bus OEM, local bus OEM in Pune, and I was very fascinated because first time they thought of buying vector tools, and I connected my laptop to the bus, press F9, suddenly J1939 frames started coming. To my surprise, engine RPM went up. You know why? Because suddenly some of the messages are overridden without any information. The moment I realized it is actually causing problem, like an ethical hacker, I stopped the interruption. Then I explained, this is what happens if you are not put the ECU nodes in simulation, then you are going to get some problems in the bus because real issue is also there. So there may be some tripping of CAN communication. So that is kind of when I don't have a cyber security or there is no isolation between the real world penetration. So this could happen, and I realized myself practically, I was in the bus, not outside. So anything could have happened, including, you know. So, when in the previous panel also, we talked about the threat, what kind of threats we can get, and I don't need to explain all these things, but again, okay. So there are different types of threats, and the threats are coming because there is a possibility of putting some data through various modes into the vehicle. And that is both dangerous for people sitting inside and also people who are outside the vehicle. So for that, again, I don't want to get into the deep. So what we are trying to do is we are putting security on all possible layers except Ethernet physical layer, but we put MACsec, IPsec, TLS, SecOC, then we moved from 27 to 29. What we are trying to do is trying to make system more robust. But how do I test it? Because you are putting so much security. If I connect same traditional canoe, which I explained my personal experience a few years back, the current issue will not understand. Like, I can't make anything out of it. So how do I make it happen so that I, as a validation engineer, can do some activity of testing? So this is a kind of must-haves. The tool should know the vehicle securities. Today's features in vehicle should be then support security and how it is visualized. So this is a previous one, like a traditional ECU without any security aspect, that it is not connected to the outside world. It is completely isolated. And what we have is different protocols. They are talking to each other happily, and vehicle is also going round. So this means it is good for those vehicles. But now, because there are many threats, what we should make sure is how I can protect it. So now the Ethernet is a new technology, then it is connected to the outside world via multiple ways. So it is no more secure. So what we should do, we should need a security so that the communication can be interpreted by the validation engineer, but it is still not possible for others to hack it. So this is the previous one where data integrity and seed and key was sufficient to test their network data, stimulating replay record data. But in the current generation ECUs, it is integrity, authentication, encryption, everything is required. And only with the proper certificate, you can do all the possible activities of testing. So this is one more aspect, like how tools should seamlessly work for different customer base or different OEMs. So there are many ways customer realizes that you can see different algorithms for freshness value, different algorithms for different types of security data. So all this the tool must understand, so that we should be able to work for more than one project in a planned manner. So this is another way, like how tools should be able to work with development, production, and after-sales activities. And this is typically the tool should be able to understand all this secret management, IPsec, transport layer security, secure onboard communication, diagnostics, cryptographic, everything, so that it helps you to, or someone to do the validation. This is, the second aspect is, okay, it is good, I have a tool which can perform. Now, I want to test the security itself, like how good the security built up. So now we need to understand there are two aspects of security. One, how secure the fortress, the wall is. When I'm testing that, I don't need to really worry about what happens inside if I break the wall, because that's a second set of test cases, which is called as a penetration test. But what I'm focusing now is how well this wall is. So this is first testing. So you can see the picture. So we need to have a framework where system under test is getting a first in, first messages. And continuously we attempt to make sure that ECU is defending itself. And what is fuzz in any way? Fuzz is like automatically create test cases. You don't need to write the test cases, so that you continuously check the security implementation. You are not looking at a feature, as I said. It is more to do with the how robust the security infrastructure is. So this is also one more thing is this is mostly structured input type testing, where we know exact format of how ECU is expecting information from the outside world. And they are valid enough, but not invalid enough, so that we, valid enough means when the frame is received at a 5, it understands, okay, it's the correct length, it is have all the checksum correct, all that information. Invalid enough means it has some information which is not correctly coded into. So the purpose of security is, for the purpose of security, the input that crosses a trust boundary, that's what main interest. And this is like a first testing relies on different values. One is the min max values. The second one is logarithmically distributed power of 2 values. The third one is the neighboring values of each whatever value, or even it could be random, completely random, where we simply select some random value. The whole idea is we need to break the security. And this is a typical way of functional testing, where most of our test cases are pass and some cases are fail, because we have no time. But this is not going to help for validating the security aspect. What we need is fuzzing. What happens with the fuzzing is we cannot write even like 256 cases for one test, like one test case, 256 variants of one test case, or 10 test cases, like that. So what we need is a functional test data as a starting point, means you start with some value, then from there you randomize it. Then create lots of test vectors, both positive and negative, as I said in the previous diagram. First test go far beyond typical checks for reasonably foreseeable misuse. It also test more thoroughly compared to the traditional one. So for example, this is level 1 testing, where there are few boundary cases between valid and invalid, but more cases are on the invalid. And when I again repeat, it is little more, furthermore, many more. As you can see, the number of test cases are not only in invalid, it is also in a valid side. The basic thing is we need to continuously check, mostly invalid but also valid, to assure, to get clarity that the tests are run in a planned manner. But still, we are not validating the features. We are simply checking the boundary conditions for the security. This kind of fuzzing really helps to understand the security is well built or not. So as said, it is not checking, it does not test the security measures. It finds bugs which could make security measures worthless. Like if you break, then for a non-ethical hacker or the black hat guy, the next steps are very easy and crackable. So this is one example of 2014 Heartbleed use case, where as you can see, send me the 4-letter word if you are there, bird. It used to send bird, but when we completely push that particular server through lot of overload, then it stopped thinking, means the logic could be, logic is no more applied, because the next 500, in the second one you can see this 500-letter word, if you are there bird, that means it simply pushes everything. That is because in this particular case, the server was too busy and it never realized there is a overflow, stack overflow. And because of that, it could not understand that I am giving more information than required, which is unintentional from the design point of view. So how the hacks are done, they continuously do the fuzzing. Then when the system crashes, they will analyze. Then they will look at the scenario. Then again, try to create the same scenario in a manual way to exploit the situation. So what I can say is, before hacker comes, why not you do that work, so that we are fixing the security threats. So here you can see in the first image up, preparation is initialized. We are not creating any test cases. It is simply you call the function with all the parameters. Automatically those test cases are created for different values based on the selection. So now in the previous interactions also, Dr. Rani suggested there is how much time is good enough and how we can test thoroughly each possibility of a security. So frankly speaking, we don't know how much time required for checking this. But what we can do for sure is, this is a triple peak model, which is suggested by Christoph Ebert. And this means we have a requirement and similarly design and the V and V. These go hand in hand. This means, as you can see, the negative requirements we need to develop upfront. We should not leave it to the end when validation to be done. Like how Dr. Rani was telling, there is no funds, not funny enough. And there are no people, not funny enough. So we need to make sure there is no point in telling, okay, you need to do this testing. Whereas one variable can take 255, you can't test for 300. right? So like that, you need to really check the negative requirement right at the beginning, that is this requirement testable? If yes, how it can be testable? We need to understand, and that is to be validated that yes, this can be tested. Then the same thing goes back, yes, it can be tested. One more new requirement. If it is not tested, then you can't do that kind of requirement. Requirement need to be modified, or it should be treated little differently. Similarly, at a detailed design implementation, we need to look at again and again and again that the development, whatever we are doing for a cybersecurity aspect, can be tested at all or not. There is no point if we have some piece of code which cannot be reached. So another way to work on the cybersecurity is the white box testing, like code mistakes. So how we can avoid the coding mistakes like overflows or wrong access by two portion of code, by the same memory is accessed by two different codes, all that information. Then there comes a pen testing, a penetration testing. This means the wall is broken. Now how do I test it? So it is more like you are sending repeated testing. Here the case is, how can I get inside the program to alter the expectations? So these are different stages: interface discovery, network discovery, network penetration test, and software penetration test. The focus here is to go one step at a time to to see how system is rejecting the penetration, and so that it is very clear. This is one more V model where we talk about if you simply go by the sequence. If I want to be a better security tester, this is what we need to do. First, I need to understand what is cyber security aspect of the project. Then I need to analyze structurally. And if you follow the same thing until 10, so 1, 2, 3 on the left side, then 4 below, 5 is also on the left side, 6, 7 on the right side, then 8 is also, 9 and 10. This is a kind of thought process a testing engineer should have to make a better cyber security tester. So this is my last screen, just depicting what kind of stages in the V cycle will address what kind of security weaknesses. The slides are with the DSCI, so I hope they will be sharing with you all.
Any questions? Any questions, please?
Hello, my name is Rajesh. I'm from Wipro Technologies. My question to you is, first testing, what are some of the use cases where we can apply this? And what I mean by that is, can we use it for example, API testing or directly firmware, testing?
First testing, basically like the term is more synonymous in the cybersecurity area. But of course, you can always do with the API, like as I said, first testing is when we know the definition of how the function works, like a number of parameters. So you can do there also. But again, it is really your use case, because when I'm creating, say, 256 test cases, whereas your API could be validated in fewer cases, you need to take a call, but yes, you can do that.
Sure. What I mean by that was, for example, APIs, you can have certain rate limiting controls in place, you can have user authentication in place. Now, can first testing be applicable there as well, and can it create certain scenarios which are boundary cases and scenarios like that which would help validate or bring out some of those issues?
No, we have different ways to test the functionality.
Not the functional part, just the boundary conditions.
Boundary conditions on the security side, right?
Yes.
Security side, yes, we can do that.
Okay.
Because when I'm talking about first testing, even though it can be tested for normal functions like some A, comma B can also be first tested theoretically, but it is not required because we are not checking different answers of this function. We are checking more like a cybersecurity. This is where first testing is mostly used as a keyword. So as a boundary conditions of any particular APIs, we can use first testing.
Thank you. Any other questions?
This fuzzing, right? So is it something similar to the orthogonal array testing or a different version of it?
Frankly speaking, I don't know the orthogonal array testing, but again, I explain you. The security algorithm, whatever is written in the ECU, is expecting, if I take somebody was asking, can have a security protection, or even Ethernet has a protection. So when Ethernet frame comes to the ECU, it has some certain size. Now I need to play within this size.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's say the security aspect is only 10 bytes. Now I need to change 1 bit or 2 bit or 1 signal within this 10 byte in whichever haphazard way, not the correct one, but haphazard way to test it. So what the first testing, what I shown here, is to quickly test not all values, but some random values.
So orthogonal array testing is more to prove that the functionality is working fine with a minimal set, but here it is more to do with how it misbehaves, or testing unwanted behavior or
correct. So
behavior from the system.
Some people take like in some movies and serials, they say for the bad person only he need to succeed once.
Once, yeah. Even for the bowler, the same thing.
Yeah. So the dark hat person should succeed once to create a panic.
Gotcha.
You would never touch the same vehicle, different area. So there's always that. So what the first testing here, it creates enough samples, not full, because we don't have enough time to test all full, but enough samples, at least you are gaining more confidence.
Got you. I think just to quote, right? So in the morning I was sharing some article on Google where they're giving this open source project. They're doing the first testing free of cost. So I was just sharing with my colleagues. So it happened to kind of listen to it again.
Correct.
Thank you.
Even like some of the tools in Vector is also free because we want those tools to be mature in the coming days. So nothing is free. They are evaluating algorithms. They are making more robust for tomorrow's our better future. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rani Mukherjee. Thank you, Mr. Shripad Kani. That brings us to much awaited tea break. Yeah, so keeping time in mind, I think we will have 10 minutes time break if everybody agrees to it. Let's have a quick tea, bio breaks, whatever, and let's reassemble after 10 minutes. We have a panel discussion that is on an exciting topic, software-defined vehicles. So let's break for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the topic is software-defined vehicle, security and privacy within software-defined vehicle. To set the context, let me try to define what is software-defined vehicle. Before that, you know that software-defined vehicle is interesting topic, I would say, and it is kind of a buzzword, as Vishal mentioned. In past, if I see what is a car used to be something built up of mostly a hardware. But it is not the case today, and definitely not in the future. So the trend has changed, and software is trying to be more prevalent in these cars. And today, even the customers from various backgrounds, they want their vehicle to be part of their digital life. Now this shift from hardware to software based has brought us many topics like connectivity, like autonomous, automation, personalization, etc., etc. And these features will be implemented not only through the hardware, but through the software as well. Yeah? So the SDV, as we say, is the process or is the implementation of software which will personalize your vehicle like a smartphone, but in a more complex or a sophisticated way. Having said that, many things coming from the software brings security and privacy aspects also. To discuss this security, privacy, and what goes to realize the SDV or the software defined vehicle, we have the panel members. Let me introduce our first panel member, Jijo. Jijo is Senior Technical Director for AIoT Software Solutions and leads end-to-end connectivity software solution development. He has more than 26 years of experience in leading embedded software in various domains. Earlier to this, he was heading base software and security development for powertrain within Bosch. Thank you, Jijo. Our second panelist is Mr. Khushwant. Khushwant is responsible for global product portfolio management in the area of automotive cybersecurity. He is also responsible for creating and implementing innovation strategy and setting up product organization at Secure Things. He has 20 years of experience in automotive domain, including security. Earlier to this, he was integral part of ETAS, and he established the brand eScript in India. Next panel member is Omkar Damodare. Omkar leads solution field cybersecurity in ETAS India today. His role includes solution sales, new customer acquisitions and roadmap for ETAS. He has total 17 years of experience and he is enthusiast cybersecurity in automotive. Welcome, panel member. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay. So as we know, the SDV or software defined vehicle has become a buzzword today. Everybody is talking about it. It may be OEM, could be supplier, could be customers, anything and everything. Yeah? So as we know that the more software could mean more vulnerabilities, more threats. So from Khushwant, I would like to understand what would be your idea or what you would say. The interconnected nature of SPD, which presents new avenues for potential threats, attacks, okay. How it is different from traditional vehicles, what can we do about it?
So if you're really only interested in differences, maybe we can talk in a very short way with the differences. But by and large, most of the connected related vulnerabilities are applicable, not in ditto, but with minor modifications. The single biggest change in the architecture of a software-defined vehicle is we are reducing the hundreds of electronic control units, discrete, hardware-separated functionalities hosted on various ECUs, and we are clubbing them in a service-oriented architecture in the HPCs. So what do we have in a sense is, we have an HPC, which has a SOA implementation, there is a hypervisor, there are multiple OS running several applications on top in an architecture which will have then zonal and then the edge devices which will do the actuation. Now, when we look at the vulnerability aspect, we have one device to compromise, which is the HPC. So that is the single biggest target. Plus, The best part is it offers two main aspects. One, it has immense computing power itself, which can go against the device security itself. The same computing power, because at least for next few years, we do not see a lot of applications loaded, but the solution is going to be hardware protected for future 10 years, 15 years life of the vehicle. So computing power will be there. If not protected, that same computing power will be used against the security of the device. Second is applications sitting on these HPCs are interoperable to a great extent. They are talking to each other. Earlier it was separate devices talking to each other, so you could do some things about it. But within the HPC, the interoperable nature of these applications, that is other big change. And third aspect that comes to my mind is there are several functionalities, like ADAS functionalities are still maturing. There is a lot of maturity that will come up over the period of time based on a lot of AI and deep learning based models residing on the devices. Now this AI is a very good source of breaching the privacy aspect of the users, because the user behavior or the user's way of using the vehicle or the functionalities is itself the input to further introduce good functionalities or master the functionalities that are needed for future. So by and large, I see that the HPC and the evolved architecture itself is having some, it offers a very good centralized vulnerabilities, source of vulnerabilities. Second is the AI-based functionalities. And last but not the least, the interoperable nature of the applications itself.
Yeah, thank you, Khushwant. Omkar, would you like to add something on it?
Yeah. So Khushwant rightly kind of pointed out that there is like additional attention needed at the device side when we consider STB or a new threat, let's say, aspects. While I would like to also take the attention to the other side of the story. So we just spoke about or got to know about the deployment part of the story. I would like to take your attention to the development part of the story. Yeah. So if SDV has to be realized, then it is going to be needed to be done on a demand on basis of the user request, and it has to be done in the most efficientest of the ways on speed, I would say. And that is because the sole purpose of SDV is to give control to the user in terms of the features, also for the control to the OEMs to push that user experience onto the customers on, let's say, demand. Yeah. So that needs a lot of speed and agility, and hence that calls for the development which is based on cloud. Yeah. So this is where I highlight the cloud is, let's say, the backbone of the whole development of the SDV functions in that way. And then when it comes to cloud, then we know there are going to be traditional cloud service players who the platform is going to be there, which is going to be used in a platform as a service way. On top of that, all the feature development is going to happen. So, and we already know that cloud is vulnerable, right? So even though with the greatest of the security. So that is another aspect of looking at threat, I would say, in terms of AWS or Google or whatever platform we are using. On top of this platform, we are going to build something called as DevOps, right? So we need DevOps to speed up that development life cycle. So quickly deploy, update, test, and release. And this DevOps is going to need a lot of, let's say, third-party tools, the integration, let's say, in the way how we are going to manage the version, the revisions, the accesses and stuff like that. And also the way how we are going to store finally what is going to be developed. So this DevOps tool chain is also in that way, I would say, vulnerable to, let's say, threats while going further. And another aspect I would like to say here is the hardware software abstraction that we are talking about here. So basically the approach of development will now shift to containerization. Yeah. So this containerization again will also need the aspects of, let's say, cybersecurity. In what way, how are the container images generated? Yeah. How are they secured? How are they stored securely in the container registry? who is going to access them, who is going to download them? Is anybody trying to, be a trustworthy player and just trying to put things on device? So yeah, those are the questions to be answered, I would say, and that is where I would say the cloud native part of the SDV is equally, let's say, at risk and has a lot of threats. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Omkar. Thank you, Kushwant. Okay, so my take from the discussions from what you have said is there are so many integrations, there are so many components that are coming up as a part of SDV, be it cloud, AI, probably machine learning, IoT, all integrated will facilitate the SDV as a reality. In that, the features which make SDV a reality has to be driven by the sensors, by some AIoT sensors, IoT sensors, which will keep on pumping the data, and the sensors itself, uses of sensor will increase manifold. So my question to you, Jijo, is with this scenario, what are the opportunities for Bosch and other suppliers, sensor suppliers, and what steps should they take to ensure that the security and privacy is not compromised?
Yeah, thanks. So, Kushwant already touched upon how the HPCs are playing a bigger role in SDV, and Omkar also brought in the dimension of cloud and then how the update is also coming up. Now if we get into the vehicle HPC is the one which will define what the software can do. We can change the software, we can update the software. It keeps updating periodically, we can define the shape we want. But finally, if this has to work fine, we need also the ecosystem around it, which would be in the place of the smart sensors which can build in. Earlier, the sensors would have been some mechanical sensors. Good that we were very sure that it cannot be tampered. Either it works or it doesn't work. You don't have to worry about the security part of it. But now there is a lot of smart sensors available. These smart sensors are required because that takes our life to the next level. If you take LiDARs, we have cameras and everything. These all bring in the ecosystem which really helps us to prepare the autonomous vehicle, for example. It brings us the personalization, the sensors which are sitting inside keeps on reading about us, and then it actually creates a big opportunity for all the software and the electronic manufacturers to bring in more electronics and more software into the whole car actually. It also helps us to take what I would say, the whole thing gets into the next level when the smart sensors comes in. You can also add AI, means the AI part coming into there makes it totally different. It brings in the dimension of edge computing. You can clearly, what I would say, define how you want the data to be used upon and then bring in more smart features into it. It keeps on growing day by day so that you become a full software running onto the road, obviously with the threats which it brings into us actually.
Yeah, thank you, Jijo. So I understand that SDV is a complex issue, I would say, or complex vehicle. It's going to be complex vehicle. So given the complexity of the vehicle, Kushwant, what strategies can be employed to mitigate the different risks that you mentioned and Jijo mentioned, and what are the best practices you think should OEM suppliers and consumers should be aware of?
So I'll start with the best practices. There are not many. Let's follow the regulation properly. Let's internalize it thoroughly, and let's make security as a culture. Let's make it part of the DNA of the organization, and things will follow. That's first mantra, I would say. In terms of strategies, of course, not that the traditional way of holistically deploying cybersecurity across the vehicle is obsolete. No, not really. There is a lot that can be reused, identify what all is essential, carry it forward. But with the HPCs coming into picture, there are a couple of things that we need to be mindful about. A good part is, we were talking about, I was talking with Vishal, I think, yes. This was more resource that different type of applications, especially third-party applications that may run maybe on the back end, maybe on the HPC itself, will consume a lot of resources on the device. But at this point in time, it is very difficult to define how much resource each component is going to utilize in runtime. So statically, maybe there are some calculations, but this will evolve over the period of time. So there has to be a way, let's say, to monitor which resource is consuming, which application or which so-called third-party app is consuming more resources. There should be some way to regulate it. That's one. Why I say that is, because there might be a situation that one of the applications creates a virtual machine on the device and starts impersonating some of the other devices. For example, braking system or rail pressure sensor, for example. Yeah, it will lead to a disaster. It will lead to a safety hazard going forward. Some of the other strategies that can be thought of is there is a need to really think about managing the in-vehicle communication, its authenticity, integrity, confidentiality may not, it needs to be discussed, but authenticity and integrity at the HPC architecture level. The reason being, there is a lot of content that's going to come from not like outside the traditional supply chain. So onboarding all of these third-party players or new players, so to say, getting aligned, getting them to align to a certain basic hygiene of cybersecurity and implementing all the crypto credentials that are needed in a certain way is going to lead to a big overhead in terms of cost as well. But it is going to lead to a lot of crypto credentials flowing all around the architecture. Now that is because of a centralized nature of all of the security implementations that are there. So there is a need to think about whether a trust anchor is the only thing, like implementing HSMs across the entire vehicle architecture, all the devices is a good sensible approach, or we look at the HPCs as central devices, have hardware security trust elements in the HPCs and start looking at different ways of ensuring the firmware authenticity of the other devices. This is like more sort of in-vehicle centralization of trust anchors. Another way of looking at cybersecurity in the HPC network or SDV architecture is, you should start looking at zero trust environment. Until now, OEM, a few trusted tier ones and rest of the supply chain was still a control environment, but going forward, this is not going to be true. So there will be a lot of not only third-party applications, but a lot of open source code that is going to come onto the vehicle. So you hardly can trust anything. So you need to build that zero trust based methods and mitigations as part of your development process. And last but not the least, ensure that backends are not, of course everybody takes efforts for backends, but just to give a stat, in last 3 or 4 years, there is a 250% increase in cyber attacks on vehicles. 54% of those were done by black hats, that's last year, which is like more than half of the attacks were black hat attacks. There is one interesting stat is 40% of those were back-end attacks. Implies server breaches, and server breach can actually lead to a catastrophe. It can be across the fleet. Now that gives you a lot of answers. So yeah, in short, there's a lot to do.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kushwant. So to continue what Kushwant said, so Omkar, Kushwant touched upon the interesting facts and figures, and he also said that we need to secure the backend. Yeah. So in your opinion, to secure the backend, okay, what would you say is some of the best practices that different stakeholders should practice?
Sure, thanks for that. So again, I would start with a very basic point that we should follow, which everybody knows already, is that do a threat and risk analysis and have security controls for the cloud environment where we are deploying things. Yeah. Because I mean, it's pretty easy to say than done, but then why I say that again over here is that the recent report again from Google regarding the cyber vulnerabilities on the cloud infrastructure have again shown that more than 60% of the attacks are only because of weak security configurations of your cloud devices, cloud systems. Then addition to that, user access privileges getting escalated, or you know, the our security credentials getting mismanaged and so on. So these are pretty basic things, I would say, and if those are protected, then we are at least going away with that 60% of the point, right? So this is first point, I would say. Second point is that, again, coming back to the, let's say, the DevOps approach that I was mentioning, we need to change that to DevSecOps now. Yeah. So add security into that, what we can do whenever we are doing, let's say, the container development in that way, we need to ensure that we are doing enough security testing in that, so that, you know, to avoid those later, let's say, 0 days. And doing security testing in a way means by including OSS scans. So we know that a lot of open source software is not now going to be used in these kind of HPCs that we are developing. Then do a software composition analysis over there, what kind of third-party softwares you are using, how are they outdated, are they not outdated, we should know all of those things. Then finally do tests like fuzzing in the cloud. Yeah, so just to test the robustness. If one container starts taking more resources, what happens to the others? You will get that kind of feeling by doing fuzzing over there. So these kind of, I think, tests is something that we should at the basic, let's say, include in the DevOps, and not to mention the other test as well, which is called a static application security test, dynamic application security test. So all of those things are additionally going to you know, only ensure that the right way of security development was followed in the first place. So that's about the back-end part of it. And coming to, again, the device side of it, I would say, yeah, of course, Kushwan touched based on most of those topics, but then I feel that we already have a good base of things. So the base operating system, for example, Linux is not new to us, right? So it has already been there from ages. And we know that it's open source, it has its own set of vulnerabilities, but then there are also some set of best practices that it already has given us. So just to name a few of them is like have namespaces for your containers so that they don't encroach on spaces of the others. Then have some control groups assigned so that everybody is continuously monitoring who is doing what, how many resources you are actually consuming. So using what is there as a part of the standard best practices of a Linux-based system. For example, I'm giving example of Linux since it has been already around. But a lot of those things or best practice can already be included, I would say, to kind of avoid most of the risk, I would say.
Okay, thank you so much. So my understanding is if we stick to our basics, then we are covered to most of the extent. Few things which technology makes it difficult, and we need to evolve. We need to take them into consideration, and we need to work on it. So the mantra is stick to basics. Yeah. So with this, Jijo, the application of the different sensors in the SDVs is also regulated by some agencies. How are these sensors going to club with the software that is going to run different functionalities within SDV? What is your take on, or what do you foresee how these sensors would get integrated into the SDV?
These sensors actually creates the full ecosystem. So whatever just now what Kushwant and Omkar told, the whole security infrastructure gets applied to the sensors also. And that is what importantly we should understand. Because earlier we used to put our software and our security practices based on where we are writing the software for. Maybe earlier the software is very small, maybe you are putting into a 8-bit microcontroller or a 16-bit microcontroller. So our assumption was, yeah, it doesn't have memory, so we don't have the possibility to put into security and everything, and it was neglected, I would say. And it was okay at that point of time because the kind of attack possibilities were very less. Now when this smart sensors comes in, and this gets integrated into the whole ecosystem of these SDVs. The look or the importance what we give to these sensors has to be exactly the same as we provide to the whole system itself, because otherwise this IoT system will become the weakest link in the whole chain, and if this is the weakest link, then the whole system is compromised actually. I know the Jeep, what I would say, hacking, which we all know that the whole hacking occurred through one system which they could penetrate and get inside. So this one system or one smart sensor or one IoT device is enough for us to create the, what I would say, the complexity and also take us to the problem. Okay. So in that way, first of all, we should not neglect the role of these smart sensors into the whole ecosystem, apply the same level of security measures into them. And the next important part is also, which I want to add, is the development community, the people who develop the software. If you see, earlier we had one tier 1 or maximum one tier 2 who was doing the software development. Now, sometime before I also heard from multiple delegates that now the software is getting developed in multiple places. Multiple, what I would say, parties, maybe tier 3, tier 4, I don't know, maybe the number also may not be there. They all get integrated into this ecosystem to create this SDV. And if the knowledge of the software development process, the security practices, what you have to do, and in a collective fashion, if it is not brought in, the responsibility, like Dr. Rani told sometime before, everybody has their own role to play. But these roles has to be also integrated and aligned in the overall ecosystem. And when it gets integrated, it has to be tested in that way. So first is raising the developer community to the level to make them realize the need for having security as one of the important criteria during the development, bringing in the practices, bringing in the tests, bringing in the checks, and also once the release is done, don't stick to only to your component, also see when it is integrated into the overall ecosystem, how this fares in, how my part is taken care and how my part is getting integrated to the overall ecosystem to create a safe SDV. Because if, as we tell, software is defining the vehicle. So if the wrong software defines a vehicle or an illegal software defines a vehicle, then the vehicle itself can become a weapon, which is actually, so if you say earlier we used to say safety is, it's taken care naturally. Now security will actually go and hit the safety part of it. So we have to be also very clear that, okay, yeah, this AI part is coming into picture, the security threats are coming into picture, we have multiple weakest links into there. All these weakest links has to be brought into the level of security what we need for the ecosystem, and then yes, SDV becomes safe, and then it will take us to the next level.
Thank you, Jijo. So everyone or most of you may know that Khushwant is also part of ARAI and the AI Standard Committee. So from the portion of the regulatories, Khushwant, I think we talked about different regulatories since morning. Would you like to just maybe two-liners on what is new or what next coming as a regulatory for SDVs in India specifically?
So there is no regulation for SDV as such, sorry for that. But regulation by and large talks about giving a common language to or a minimum hygiene level of security across all OEMs. And that was important. That was important in Europe, that is important in India, that is important everywhere. Is it state of the art? Regin is sitting, Regin can say it is not state of the art, right? We agree on this. But is it effective? Yes, it is going to be effective. So regulation has, everybody has defined regulation in their own ways. I see it as 4 requirements. One is the CSMS certification, which is a culture, organization and governance structure part. That is, of course, as Rani said, it is not ISMS, it is more than that definitely. Second requirement is secure by design. I think a lot of speakers spoke about it earlier. Then there is the intrusion detection, monitoring and incident response. Now there are multiple levels of IDPS that have come up. It's not only monitoring the CAN network, but you also need to monitor the host applications across all devices. Then you also need to monitor the traffic which is going outside the vehicle, be it with the EV charger or be it with any other cloud applications through any wireless interface for that matter. And last but not the least is the safe and secure OTA. These are the 4 basic requirements that I learned in a script, by the way. And I like that, those 4 requirements. Now, when we are thinking about this, even in secure things for that matter, these are most logical steps that the regulation asks. And then you start digging into deeper. Everything stands around the basics. Everything is around basics afterwards. Implementing security by design, start from TARA, right, as Omkar mentioned, up to secure code implementation, followed by creating a security case, followed by penetration testing for finding out residual risks. The objective of penetration testing should not be to test the supplier's capability of pen testing, but to uncover vulnerabilities. You know, the mindset change is needed. These are few things that will happen after people appreciate security and internalize it as a way to achieve better vehicles, better secure vehicles, than just trying to implement the regulation as a check mark for type approval. That's about it.
Yeah, thank you, Khushwant. So that brings us to end of our panel discussion. But yeah, I will open the floor for some questions. Before that, I think the takeaway is, the innovation in the automotive industry is going to go forward. Okay, and there are regulations which are working on, there are government authorities which are working on to facilitate us move ahead. At the same time, we should also try to remember that the security comes with some cost, yeah, and those costs needs to be analyzed. Those two should be thought of, and then appropriate action should be taken. So thank you so much. Thank you, Jijo, Khushwant, Omkar, for being here. And now the floor is open for questions.
Hi, this is addressed to all of you, including Rajin, in fact. See, we have been, I'm Srinjoy Bansi from Lexorbis. So we have been talking a lot throughout the morning about security by design, about security measures and things like that. But are we, like the new regulation that has come, DPDPA, that has come out, are we also thinking about privacy by design as opposed to security by design? Why I'm distinguishing it is because we are talking about technological measures that are there in security by design. But we have to now also look at the regulation, the privacy aspects of it.
Maybe I can start. So the one part is now when we are releasing in the outside markets, actually, as you know, the data privacy is already a very important topic across. So there, when we do the initial analysis like TARA and everything, this has become one of the key questions also into that. So that takes care of ensuring that the data privacy is taken care and then it is addressed in a serious note. But in the Indian markets, it is still yet to come in. So we are slowly starting to get that. And now since we make world-class products, somehow what I would say, the security level of the country to which you are exporting and the highest level security gets naturally developed down to down. Because you don't do a redevelopment for any, what I would say, for the local market in here. So this is one point which I can add. But the point what you told is very valid. Privacy is something which we have to start looking in very important in SDV.
So, yes, privacy is important. But when we start looking at TARA activity, as you mentioned, TARA will start from the use case, followed by getting down to what are the assets that need to be protected and what property of that asset needs to be protected. So if there is a person identifiable data being used, for that we need to protect its privacy, let's say, through whatever means. In the SDV context, at least at this point in time, not all the use cases are clear. As I earlier said, that there is a device which will have enormous computing power, but barely 10 to 15% of the computing power can be occupied, utilized with whatever functionalities are currently under discussion. And then reliance on, as I mentioned earlier, AI-based models to figure out some sort of information, making sense out of it. The distinction of which information is going to be used when by the AI model, nobody knows this. So your question is very valid, and I'm sure nobody has an answer to it. Indeed, we need to be sensitive about it.
Because AI also, when you say AI, you have to think about responsible AI. Right? You have to think about how the AI can be modeled in such a way that is responsible for the safety of the passengers of the car.
Right. So just to give you, I mean, you spoke about privacy. I can give you a safety scare here. We are talking about scenarios where AI sitting on the devices is generating code by itself. And in those scenarios, how do you do the homologation of that code? You know, this is also another problem to solve, and that's SDV.
Yeah, so I also take your question as can cybersecurity support GDPR in that way, right? So yes, it can, I would say, because the first step where we start with threat and risk analysis, we have to define the operational, the damage scenarios, right? What is the damage? The damage is that your personal data got leaked and got used, which is of course one of the, let's say, not unexpected scenario in those kind of situations. So we can always derive down the security needs and the requirements in order to protect it from at least the hacker community perspective in that way. Second part to look at this question itself is in line to GDPR. Of course, there is one aspect that where you see who uses the data, who gives consent, who can only process, who can transfer. All of these things can be taken care by the regulation itself. But then at the same time, we also have the devices who are going to use the data, and then that is where the consent is going to come into picture, and that is, I would say, the gray area.
Thanks, Omkar and Kushwan. One more thing to add is, one is the data generated, personal data generated by the ECU and used. Another one is even for testing purpose. We may take videos, yeah, the vehicle testing. Even that is also personal identifiable information here. So basically, as Joe mentioned, I think it's the best practice is to have some data protection concept. What are the data we are going to use, what are the data we are going to generate, and also country specific, based on what are the laws in the different countries, and we should have a concept for that.
Yeah, so I'll also wanted to add a few points in that context. So basically, when we talk about data protection, at least within BGSW, we are trying to look around that problem since not now, but since long itself. Because as Omkar mentioned, when we are doing a complete security engineering process, we also do a data protection checklist for the overall embedded system. And based on the specific classification of the data, we also try to identify what could be the appropriate measure with obviously support of our data security officers who have actual knowledge what has to be done as in countermeasures. Yeah. And the question which Vishnu asked about the regulation for software defined vehicle, obviously there's no regulation, but software defined vehicle fulfilling the regulatory requirements making more complex for us, because as many as more suppliers and more stakeholders are going to involve, getting a type of approval is going to be really, really challenging for us. Yeah. So that's the only issue, I think.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Vishal and participants. Thank you so much. I would like to thank you. Oh, you have a question? Okay, sorry, I did not see your hand.
Hi, I know SDV is a new concept, and a lot of companies are playing a catch-up game to understand what it is, how to implement it. From your experience, do you see any reference implementations which are available for SDV? And if you can talk about maybe one of those.
So the earliest reference implementation I can recommend is not software-defined vehicle, but software-defined functions. The ADAS, the EV technology are by and large software-defined functions, right? And now you start looking at it, like zoom out 200 or 100%, I don't know, zoom out. And then you see that more and more functionalities will start becoming software defined, more and more software defined. Why this happened is first an important thing to understand. ADAS was not a very mature technology. You were going to learn from the field data and then push in high fidelity features. That's one. Same is the case with infotainment system. You need to keep it relevant for the next, 10 years, because you buy a vehicle today, an expensive one, and in 3 years or 2 years, it is obsolete, the infotainment technology, whatever you have. So you want it to be relevant. And the third part was the battery electric vehicle, entire powertrain. It was also not much, even now it is not mature for that matter. So you need to protect it for future also, and ensure that high fidelity features, more efficiency is pushed into, or more accuracy, more safety is pushed into all of these devices. That's the source. Now, when you look at reference implementations, then entire architecture change, like designing an SDV from scratch is what you're asking about. And coming up with SDV from scratch, there are some references. Volkswagen had some models, some of the, sorry? Sophie has a model, and then one of the Indian OEMs is also attempting an SDV. They made a big launch like last year, right? So there are reference implementations available. And going forward, this is also a couple of other Indian OEMs, by the way, are joining or following the bandwagon. So it's a good thing for the industry. The technological advancement will happen rather fast. Only thing is how much of a software-defined vehicle we are going to really experience ourselves in next 5 years, that is questionable. Yeah.
So I don't know of reference implementations that way to suggest to you, but if you are interested, there is there are a lot of communities going around. So Covesa, for example, is one. Then there is SDV community in Europe, which is formed from organizations like ETAS, Bosch, Mercedes, and a lot of other OEMs together who are trying to make this journey smooth, I would say. They have even come down to a level of defining a vehicle signal specification, VSS, what they call as, so that the development process itself is streamlined that way. So they have also now come up with a pilot project of, with the help of Eclipse, in bringing that integrated development environment which is needed to approach such kind of complex problems. So I think everybody knows that there is a need, that nobody can solve this problem unilaterally. Everybody is trying to approach it as a team. And as I said, using the best practices already there on Linux and all of those stuff. And I think, yeah, makes sense to follow that path, I would say.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, panelists. Yeah. And audience, sorry for our delay. And with this, I will close this panel discussion. And I would like to invite Dr. Vishal Saraswat to end for the closing ceremony of the day. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you, Omkar, Kushwant, and Jijo. Hi. So, thank you all for coming here. With this are all the tech talks they end, and with this, basically, if you have not seen our marketplace or the road show, I invite you to visit there. And I would like to invite our Data Security Officer, Anita, to come and say a few words.
Hey, thank you. We'll just wait a few more minutes. The participants from the other track would join.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Can we play the video by then, please?
Let's do that.
Get it ready. I think the participants are coming down.
Immer habe ich nach dem Grundsatz gehandelt, lieber Geld verlieren als Vertrauen.
The company's unique history began in 1886 with a one-of-a-kind company founder, Robert Bosch, industrialist, Democrat, visionary. He cared deeply about striking a balance between economic success and social responsibility. As a result, Bosch helped ensure continuity at a company that was constantly rising to new challenges. But success didn't always come easy. The up-and-coming company was already rocked by more than one crisis before 1900, and others followed. Still, Bosch never thought of giving up. He kept thinking about what has to change. He moved past the old to try new things. Robert Bosch and his successors found new strategies, expanded the company to take on additional business fields, employed state-of-the-art working methods like assembly line production, and engineered groundbreaking products. To this day, the ability to change is the foundation on which the company's success is built, allowing it to also master challenges such as digitalization and transformation in mobility. Robert Bosch's final wish was to ensure the company's strong and meaningful development, even after his death, especially the values of trust, openness, and fairness.
Die Unantastbarkeit meiner Versprechungen, der Glaube an den Wert meiner Ware und den an ein Wort standen mir stets höher als ein vorübergehender Gewinn.
So we are just waiting for more of the track 2 participants to arrive here before we officially close the session. So just be a little bit patient. They started taking a stroll around the area after finish. So we were worried that right here before the panel gets started, there can be a commotion.
Most of the delegates have reached this venue. Good evening once again, and I think it's been a long, exciting day having multiple tech talks. Hope most of you could visit the stalls. Yeah, most of you could visit the stalls and get a peek into what we are doing at Bosch. And we had interesting panel discussions, and there have been positive feedback from participants that the panelists were from diverse area, domain, and that added value. I also got an input from Teja that there were around 450 participants who had registered for 4 tracks, and normally there's a dropout of 40%. But today they've got a count of 180 people who have participated in 4 tracks together, and 80 plus of them are here in this location. So we are very happy that you are interested in this particular track, and sure you will have a lot of memories and takeaways on this topic. I would like to thank the DSCI team to partner with us to choose Bosch as their first preference for this topic. And this has been the first kind of experience for Bosch with an agency like DSCI. And this has been successful and very seamless only because of the organizing team, Vishal, Hema, Ashok, Subhashmita, and many others. So without them, it wouldn't have been possible. Yeah, I would request you to give a round of applause again. And there have been, Teja's compliment is that he didn't feel like they were another team. They were part of DSCI. That's been the experience of DSCI. And hope you will all have another interesting session tomorrow. And thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Yeah, but before we officially close this event, let me make a couple of announcements. The Capture the Flag event that we are conducting, that is starting tomorrow at 5 a.m. So the participants who are here or remote, there are 500 plus registrations in this event, and it will start 5 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning, and it will continue till 60 hours, and then we'll decide the winners, etc. So all the best to all the 500 participants, or 500 plus participants, right? Yeah. So, yeah, so with that announcement, I invite the co-host with Anita, our own Priya, the head of cybersecurity practice at BGSW, to officially close the event. Thank you, Priya. Please.
You would want to say something, Anita? Okay. Thank you all for coming in, and thank you all for making this happen. For us, this started as a dream somewhere beginning of this year, and I realized that I was in sleep, that it happened and it finished so fast. And thank you, DSCI, for having been a partner and also for bringing the industry here. And I really thank the speakers, the panelists, and the audience here who have come in well prepared and in a short nugget transferred their knowledge to all of us. Yeah? Each of these discussions have been really good, deep, and also fulfilling. And we hope to see all of you again next year. Perhaps the same venue, same place. And the only distraction I have had during this entire event was to watch when would Chandrayaan-3 land. Otherwise, it has been an absolutely absorbing event, and I'm extremely happy that it has gone well, and I thank my team for having made it happen. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Priya. And that's it. I think all of us had a long day. I invite you to, again, visit our marketplace and roadshow if you have not been already there. And yeah, there is a high tea also organized in the same canteen. Yes. So in the canteen where you had lunch, so before you go home, just please come for the high tea. And yeah, thank you all. Bye-bye.